back have has now returned. Who? Okay. It would appear that we have returned. Sorry about that, guys. Routine 2 a.m. Routine 2 a.m. Wi-Fi crashing has occurred. It's always 2 in the morning. I don't know what, like it's always from 2 to 3 when it happens. It never happens any other time. It's always 2 in the morning. No other time. I don't know what it is. Bro, I think we should sue. I don't even know who. I think it's Xfinity. We should sue Xfinity. The VTubers should sue Xfinity. This is a crime amongst men. Anyway, sorry about that. Let's continue. Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey? Yes, well. Now then, the defense may proceed with anything else. The defense may proceed with a cross-examination. Feathers and tracks. The entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma. Oh. Detective Fulbright. The anti-merger movement really that strong? Oh, absolutely. They parade around in yokai costumes, shouting, "Down with Mayor Tenma." And just the other day, they stormed Tenma City Hall, claiming it was a den of vipers. But when the accused show his face, the angry mob scattered like leaves upon the autumn wind. For you see, lowly yokai are no match for Tenma Taro, the dark lord of their kind. Wait, are the villagers scared of Mayor Tenma or Tenma Taro? I'm confused. I think he means Mayor Tenma. Easy to get the wrong impression about the guy. Detective Fulbright, what do you suppose the defendant would why do you suppose the defendant would commit such an act? Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. Amazing Ninetales. No one knows his true identity, right? That's right. And he was a lone wolf, or in other words, he didn't belong to a wrestling federation. He appeared like a shooting star, defeating one Tenma Town wrestler after another. Before anyone knew it, he was champion. Like the samurai of yore, surrounded thick with enemies, he cut them down one by one. It's a complete and utter loss of face for Tenma Town Pro Wrestling. He was amazing. If ever there was a real superhero, it was him. I dream of becoming a true champion of justice like him someday. I bet Detective Fulbright would be a great pro wrestler. He'd even team up with Prosecutor Blackwell. A police detective and a prisoner in chains? You know, I think people would actually pay to see that. I know I would. So you do understand the greatness that is the amazing Ninetales. So he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. Did the murder and yokai evidence really stoke the villagers' fears? Absolutely, it had an immediate effect. The presumed return of the dreaded Tenma Taro has them shaking in their boots. Oh my, is it really that bad? That superstitious lot. It's as if Jack the Ripper had been loose in their village. The mere thought of that demon lurking about is enough to spark a mass exodus. I see. That is a very persuasive argument. Mere thought of his honor buying into Simon the Psycho Slasher's words makes me want to spark my own exodus out of the courtroom right about now. So you see, there can be only one reason why anyone would plant those feathers in tracks. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. But it doesn't add up. What you say is true, why top it off with a murder? What do you mean? You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stoke the villagers' fears. If so, then why not stop there? Why murder Alderman QB? Excellent point. It is, isn't it? So, Your Honor agrees there was no reason for the murder, correct? Perhaps the killing was on the spur of the moment. You're saying it wasn't premeditated? From the outset, I had no intent on paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mayor made a start in the discovery. Started in the discovery? Oh, I like the sound of that. Alderman QB's secret identity. Apollo, I think Prosecutor Blackwell has figured out the Alderman's secret identity. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder? This is not good. This patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene, from the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. Therefore, we can conclude that this mask was at the crime scene. Oh my, but why would it have been there? The victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger. Need I say more? Well, could it really be? Your baldness has had an epiphany, I see. Our victim, Rex QB, was the amazing Ninetales. The mayor's discovery of this fact was his motive for murder. No! They're both hunched over. Order, order! What a shocking development. Motive clearer than crystal clear. What do we do now, Apollo? I didn't think they'd tie the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder. Alas, we've reached my real point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Did it not pique your interest, your baldness? I admit it does. It is odd that he had to create this other persona. Persona! Just to what was that? Just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement. Very astute of you, your baldness. Right. Now take a look at this. Blackmail letter. If you value your dearest life, will merge Ninetales Vale with Tenma Town. Do not tell anyone about this threat. If you do, consider your dearest as good as dead. This blackmail letter was found in Alderman QB's pocket. What? At present, the Alderman's wife is in the hospital. And that letter is clear evidence the mayor was blackmailing by threatening her life. Wait, didn't the blackmail letter sent to Mayor Tenma go missing? Right after the Alderman's murder? You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder and planted it into the Alderman's pocket? It's possible. We don't have any proof that that's what happened. Talk about being up the creek without a paddle. Blackmail letter added to the court record. Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he'd just left after planting the yokai things. He was knocked out cold by a sudden decision to kill the amazing Ninetales. So it was the amazing Ninetales counterattack that brought the entire crime to light. Wait a sec. Fulbright's claiming that the mayor killed the alderman after planting the yokai evidence, and that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that? Detective Fulbright, please add your previous statement to your testimony. Got the addendum. Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. So let me get this straight. You believe the mayor planted the yokai evidence before the murder, not after? Absolutely. And then he was knocked out cold by the alderman's last punch. He wouldn't have had a chance to plant the evidence after that. Something's not right here. I believe that a stiff, humorless man like the mayor could be behind such a stunt. To do something, Apollo, before they pin it all on the mayor. Then we're gonna need to prove that Mayor Tenma didn't plant that yokai stuff. How are we supposed to do that? Mayor Tenma killed the sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. That doesn't really line up, because wouldn't the feathers be bloodied?
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair. What's this? You dare question my justice again? Yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. Take a look at this photo. This is the crime scene photo. Just what does this prove? Proves when the feathers and tracks were planted. But I already told you, they were planted before the murder. The defendant planted the yokai evidence and was knocked out while killing his victim. But that would be impossible. You look right here, it's clear when the feathers and tracks were left at the scene. Aren't you just pointing out the yokai feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice? Yes, see how the feathers are on top of the blood and the tracks were made in blood? In other words, the yokai evidence would have only resulted after the murder. Then the mayor must have planted the evidence after killing the alderman. But you said it yourself, the mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all, therefore, there must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene. Yeah, there must be some type of mistake. Order, order. Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you? Evidence, so I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness testimony for you. You do? But how? Was my vaunted sense of justice really just half-baked? Taking this really hard. Mr. Justice, what is this testimony regarding a third party that you claim to have? I have it right here, Your Honor. It's the sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness, Jinxie Tenma, saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was the demon Tenma Taro. He's the source of these feathers and tracks. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Somebody please say something. The defense will explain to the court exactly what he means. You dare mock this court and justice itself? You're unfit to bear your name, boy. Your baldness, it appears our defense attorney here is delirious from exhaustion. Apollo, think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court. What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should step down, please hear me out. Very well, Mr. Justice, I'm all ears. I'll hear you out, but you had better explain yourself well. What was this yokai you were talking about? It's all in this statement here. Jinxie Tenma asserts that she saw Tenma Taro. after she discovered the crime scene and called the police. She came around a corner in the hall. It was around here. But she saw Tenmataro fleeing towards the foyer. Defense asserts that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind, intentionally or otherwise. What? How incredibly unjust. Why haven't I heard about this before? Defense just proved there was someone else. The mayor isn't the killer? Is it all a setup? The prosecutor is a convicted felon after all. Apollo, the momentum has shifted in our favor. Good, now let's keep it that way. And can we not just say it was a fursuit? Like, what are we doing? Little do you realize that though you are in the midst of a fray, your sword is broken. My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. Are you implying there's a problem with my claim? Consider this. That yokai impersonator had indeed fled toward the foyer. That fool and that fop would have seen him. Fool and fop? Oh, you mean Filch and LaBelle. Now that you mention it. Both Phineas Filch and Florent LaBelle were in the foyer at the time. But they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Did you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of a scared little girl's imagination? I guess. No? Yes? Why didn't those two see the Tenmataro impersonator pass by? Why don't we ask them ourselves? Ugh. I was just about to say that myself. No, really, I was. The faithful I can call Mr. Filch, caretaker of QB Manor, to the stand. I just know he must have seen something. I suppose we can't ignore the fact that that little girl believed she saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Justice's request, Prosecutor Blackwell. Understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby. Knew that Tanuki was a rare find. But when we captured him, I didn't think he would end up a witness. Do with him as you will. You just say captured? No, wait, I don't want to know. Well then, bailiff, please go wake up Mr. Filch and escort him to the witness stand. What's up, y'all? Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Name's Filch, Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor. Oh, and this is for you, your lordship. Just a little something I thought you might like. Oh my, what a fabulous pair of shoes. And your honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch. Those shoes again. Don't they belong to Detective Fulbright? Don't tell me Filch stole them again. They're all yours, your honorship, sure. What? But they seem awfully expensive. Yep, too expensive for me, but I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your honorship. It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate I can't accept such gifts. That's not stopped you before. Oh, ethics schmethics. Just take 'em if you want 'em. Polished 'em up real nice for you, too. I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Tenmataro in the foyer or after the murder. I'm gonna destroy this man. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. I was making sure no one, fair or foul, fishy or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, no siree. That yokai you keep blabbering on about was a phantom of the little girl's dreams. You're telling this court you never saw anyone dressed up like Tenmataro? Yep, was guarding the whole time. That's the truth, the whole truth, and nutter butter the truth. And Tenmataro? You don't really believe in any of that yokai mumbo jumbo, do you? I certainly don't. Hmm? Bracelet, it's... Anything the matter, Apollo? My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm. Really? So you think Mr. Tanuki, Filch was lying to us? Bro, I think Apollo should get a cock ring instead of a bracelet. That would be funny. Anyway. What's wrong with me? I wouldn't rule it out. Now, if I could just zero in on a tell, some sort of nervous habit.
Reach!
Yeah, what in the... What's a hawk doing in here? Hawk Tua. Allow me to introduce my trusty cohort, Taka. He seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse. Made it his new home, in fact. He doesn't live with you, in jail? Never heard of a courthouse bird. Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud. And that weird power of yours, what? Seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard. In some sort of trick. Yeah, won't be able to spot Squawk like this. A jailbird. What the heck's going on here? Run for the hills. No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. Somebody help. Oh, he's merely having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save when truly famished. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, you will ensure your feathered friend is properly fed. Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way. We'll be fine, I think. There was someone dressed as Tenmataro there. Filch should have seen him. We'll just have to put our faith in Jinxie's statement for now. Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination. Mr. Filch, why did Alderman QB have you handle guard duty? Judge, trust me. I'm the manor's caretaker, after all. So you took said guard duty seriously. Let me tell you something about me. Yipes. Listen here, you little tanuki. Get straight to the point and be quick about it. Court wishes to hear what you did or didn't see in the foyer, and naught else. Yes, of course, sir. Right away, sir. Blackwell's got him completely under his thumb. Like I said, I was guarding the foyer entrance that day. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. So no one could get to him. Sounds like security was pretty tight. That's because there's always lots of sneaks and thieves around festival time. The solution was to entrust the manor's security to a thief? That's not even funny. Maybe it's a matter of stopping thieves by hiring one? After all, it takes one to know one. Oh no, it seems more like letting the fox guard the hen house to me. Hmm. The witness testifies that he took his guard duty seriously. Yes, sir, your honorship, sure. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. But I didn't see nothing outside out of the ordinary, no sirree. You describe to the court who you would consider fishy looking? Someone all fidgety and shifty like, like they're about to steal something. He just described himself. Why Mr. Filch didn't see Tenmataro? Maybe Jinxie only thinks she saw Tenmataro? Or maybe Mr. Filch is lying. If he's lying, we might be able to spot a contradiction in his testimony. At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. Oops. Possible he saw white beard guy?
Objection!
Dude, I'm not gonna lie to you. Lately, I've been kind of self-conscious about my design. I don't know. I know, like, it's not good to let numbers go to your head or whatever, but this probably is coming out of nowhere, but, I've just been so, like, I don't know. I see so many contemporaries that, like, do way better than me, and I'm like, am I ugly? Is that what it is? I don't know. Maybe I'm not very interesting. I mean, I like me. I like my design. But I just like I don't know. Sometimes I'm like am I good in the eyes of other people? Like, do I look good? Am I funny? Am I entertaining? I don't know. I've been thinking about it the past couple days, and I'm like, I don't know. Coming out of normal, I think that's the normal thing to think. Not coming out of nowhere. I don't know. I just like I try to be chill because like I know thinking about the numbers and stuff is not healthy, and I try not to. I mean, going for 2 years, like I feel like I've been good enough, or I've been doing well at not paying attention to that kind of stuff. But like I look at the big picture of it, and I'm like, man, I know so many people have been doing this way shorter than me, and like are doing so much better than me, and I'm not like why I do it, right? At the end of the day, like I stream because I enjoy it, and I don't if I always say, like, if I were doing it for those reasons, I would not be streaming anymore. You know what I mean? Like I've been doing this for 2.5 years. Like I do it because I love it, and it brings me a lot of catharsis to the end of my day. But I do like feel like, I see like I have so many different thoughts. Like, man, I see like other male VTubers who do so much better than me, and I'm like, part of me is like, should I go the femboy route? But then I don't know if I would be like happy that way, you know? Um, I'm like, is my design ugly? Is my hair ugly? I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like, I think I take it extra um hard when you're doing the same thing you are with way different results. It's disheartening, but it most likely has nothing to do with you. That's true. I mean, it's I think it's like, and it's on the other hand, it's like I'm super happy for my mutuals that like do really well, but at the same time I get so like, I don't want to say jealous, I just feel like more self-conscious about it. Like, and I know I know it's a luck, a lot of it is luck. A lot of it is just like, you know, whatever, but it's also, I don't know. I wanna like, there's certain things that I do want to do. Like I've thought about changing my hair up a little bit. I don't know, but like part of me is like, if I do that, is it gonna, like, am I doing it because I want to do it, or am I doing it because I feel like it's gonna bring like, you know, like more attention? I don't know. I feel like I keep like coming up short or coming up empty when I do those things. Um and like I want to I want to I want to be a streamer that people like watching. And I know some of you guys probably feel that way, and I'm glad you do, but I feel like it's just like having I don't know. I'm sure like larger creators feel this way too, like when they see that they haven't been growing or whatever. Um, and it's not to say that I'm not thankful for you guys for like sticking around. Like, I'm super thankful and grateful. I think it's just frustrating, especially when, I'm the one who is putting in a lot of this work with like, I design my models, I rig my models, I design all the overlays and all of everything else, and it's just a lot. It's it can be frustrating sometimes because it feels like you put in so much work and then it's never recognized. Like I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. When I had my last outfit reveal, it was like two people showed up. It was so just like, it sucks because like then you see like a lot of other VTubers that are like way better, and maybe part of it is just like I didn't understand the formula as much as I should have when I first started into VTubing. I always curse myself because I feel like when I first did it, it was like, it was so poorly planned and rushed, and I hadn't even streamed with a VTuber model before. I just like went full on debut mode with it, and I don't know. It's just very I'm struggling out here, you know. Feel like I'm trying a lot of different things and coming up empty. Um, but I've thought about kind of just like I don't know. The other thing is like I would love to test out some like alternatives to my model and like change it up a little bit, but at the same time I'm kind of like am I just gonna feel the same way at the end of it? Like I'm so happy with my model, like looking at it now and like looking at all the progress I've made. But I'm like, part of me has just kind of stopped working on it as much, other than like doing like different outfits for it, because I feel like the more I am, even when I'm improving like so much, it doesn't really do much. And so that's kind of why I've been like putting so much time into just like streaming and because like I think that's ultimately the best way to get engagement, but um it's tough, man. It's tough out here. I'm you know, I don't want anybody to be like concerned that I'm like gonna give in or anything, you know. Sometimes it's just tough, you know. Sometimes you look at a situation and you're just like, man, this is this is rough. Yeah. Um I always have a lot of different feelings about it. And it's like I feel like I hate talking about it because it makes me seem like I'm ungrateful for y'all. Like I'm ungrateful for people who hang out and chat and lurk and whatnot. Like I'm so grateful for that. And honestly, it really makes my day seeing y'all hanging out. Um, but I also just feel like you know it gets to a point where you're just like, am I doing as much as I can? I know I can, but I don't ever want it to seem like I'm not. Because I am, but not grateful. I mean, um, but I feel like I meet so many creators, so many VTubers that like do way better than me, and maybe that's partially just because like I'm looking at case studies of people who win the lottery in some aspects and not as much as the people who are winning or who are not not really winning the lottery, I guess. Um, that's a big reason why, like, I'm not gonna lie to you, like with Prisma, like I asked probably 5 or 6 different people, and I feel like a lot of them didn't really take me seriously. Um, which sucks because I take Prisma seriously, but I also understand that like in the current moment we have 3 active members and it's very small, but I feel like you know I'm definitely not gonna stop trying. You know, I'm gonna keep doing my best. But there are definitely times where I feel down not to mention I don't have the money to put into like fancy art commissions and this, that, and the third. Um, that doesn't help, but I don't know. I feel like I hope one day people will come along and see that I'm see what I'm made of. Take me seriously. That's really what I want at the end of the day. And if that takes more time, that's okay. Um, you know, I know I gotta be patient, but it sucks when it feels like I've been patient. I've been waiting for so long, and then you see other people. It really is. It just sucks. There's not really much I guess you can do about it. You know, I'm a pretty big realist about things, but I think it is very demotivating sometimes. I don't want you to think that I'm quitting on you or anything. I'm not, but I think, you know, every once in a while you fall into those pits where you're like, man, sucks. um yeah, I don't know. I just want I wanted to wanted to talk about it a little bit just because it's something it's something that was weighing on my mind a little bit. Tried posting VODs on YouTube, it usually helps. Um, that's actually what I'm doing. That's what I started doing today, actually. So surprisingly, I'm doing I'm posting, I'm simulcasting, so it should just post it automatically. Hopefully that will, hopefully that'll do something, you know. Um, we'll see, we'll see. I'm trying to do some new things. I'm trying to do some different things, I guess. I think it's hard to like the most like visual thing that you see, I think, is you see like these designs. I think a big a big part of it for me is like I look at like um I look at the other VTubers that are like in my circle, and I'm like, man, their designs are so cool, gosh. And even when people tell me like, oh, I love your design, it's like in the moment I'm like, oh, yay. But then like I go right back to thinking like, ugh, my design's so ugly compared to theirs. It sucks. I wish I didn't think like that. I wish my brain would just turn off sometimes. Um, but like I think it's also like super magnetized by the fact, or magnified by the fact that like I made it myself, and so I'm a lot more attached to it, and so I take it even more personally. Um, but I know I'm not like ugly, and I'm sure that's honestly not even what it is. You know, like I think, you know, there are streamers that don't even like show like their face or model or anything. They just do a screen. So I know it's like can't all be that, but I think when you get into your feelings about it, that's when it really that's when a lot of your brain is like, oh, it's me, it's all my fault, you know. Um I need to maybe do some work to, I don't know, take that part of my brain apart. It's very demotivating to see folks doing what you are, but more people seem to take to it comparisons. just what humans do. I also think you're fixated on your model because it's the most obvious thing you can think of. It's not. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think being a VTuber is weird, right? Because like you look at, I agree with you. I think that there's so I've seen so much of this like this talk of uniqueness, right? And like for whatever that fucking means. People always talk about uniqueness in your VTubing model, and like honestly, I'm kind of over that. Like this whole like idea of like you need to do the most creative, unique thing ever, and like you need to make a claymation VTuber model that's super cool and groundbreaking and has never been done before. And it's like, man, can we stop? And also another thing with this too is like with like 2D VTuber models, there's always a new thing. Have you noticed that? There's always a new fucking thing. And I'm so over it. Like it's cool, don't get me wrong, like I love it. I think it's awesome. But it's like it's also so frustrating because like it's always even as like a live 2D modeler, like it's frustrating because it's like I don't know how to fucking do any of that. I know how to rig a model and that's about it. I don't know how to do all this fancy like when everybody was doing like the bending, like leaning into the screen and stuff. I was like, man, that seems so complicated. Um so I don't know. I feel like there's just a lot of things that people say like, oh, this is how you can grow. This is how you are more engaging. Um and maybe that's true. Maybe there are certain ways to do it, but like I don't know. My brain. Um I just think at the end of the day, I'm super thankful for everybody that does watch. Um and maybe I'll try some new things here and there, but I also I do enjoy just streaming in general. I enjoy doing what I do. Um I will keep doing it no matter what. Until I don't want to do it anymore, you know? And at least that will continue. That's the least I can do, right? Um, but I don't know. I just wanted to put you in my brain for a minute. I've no outwardly toxic traits, but one envy inescapable while consuming me. I post a song clip, nobody cares, but others do it, and thousands care. That was what triggered my depressive episode. That and looking at corporate VTubers past. I was like, I'm not even close to their less popular selves. Oh, I'm sorry. It's frustrating, I think. Like I said, I saw like I'm not no one in particular comes to mind, but it's just something that I've always seen, right? Where it's like a mutual that does like that I've been following that is doing like really well. Um and it's like I'm so happy for them, but man, I wish I could be in that boat at some point. It's like a double-edged sword, you know. I never like feel negatively towards I because I think that's where you really that's a really problematic thing, right? Is if you start like if you let it get to the point where you're like you are if you let that envy become malignant and spiteful towards that person, and I never let it get to that point because I'm always happy for those people, right? I'm always super thankful, or not thankful, super positive, you know. I love all the people that I see doing really well. I never feel any like spite towards them for it. I think it's more so just like Man, when will that be me? But but it's okay. I'm we'll be all right. Um, I just kind of was like, I don't know, there's this irking feeling in me this stream where I was just like, man, I feel like if I don't talk about it a little bit, then then I feel like I'm not being super honest with myself and with you guys. Um, it's, I don't know. I'm who's to say, maybe some changes will come along the way. Might try some things out. I mean, I think a lot of this year I want to be just like me, trying more things. Um, testing more. I gave up getting a guaranteed model today. Um, the model in it of itself is, as long as you have the money or the time, that part isn't as hard. But I do think that there is some semblance of like, seeing like a really unique model that might be like very appealing to you and being like, yes. And so I kind of feel like, I don't know what I mean by this, like being like, yes, I like them. But also like I know it's more than that. It's having a being entertaining, right? Being having appealing content, not just like the aesthetics of it. Um, being friendly, someone that people enjoy to watch, and also luck. Luck is a big part of that. And that's, I think, the hardest thing is because you can never, luck is not a constraint you can never really hold, right? You can never control your luck. And since that is really arguably the biggest determining factor of success, um, that will always be a frustration to me because I think if everybody worked hard, then we would all be successful. But that's just simply not the case, right? Um, and I don't know. I just see a lot of like people, a lot of VTubers that like have cool designs, and I'm like, do people look at me and see that? I hope so. I hope so. Maybe they do, but I don't know. But thanks for listening. I know that was kind of a tangent. Probably something I'll think more about off stream. Not not like unhealthily, but just process more. That is kind of just something that came out of nowhere the past few days, and I'm like, where's this coming from? So I think it's just something I need to like think about a little bit more, not in like an unhealthy way, but just like, process it, think about where it came from and why. But yeah, that's really it. Thanks for coming to my soapbox. Appreciate it. Let's well, looks good. Don't stress yourself out over it though. Thank you. I appreciate it's always good to hear. So I'm not gonna lie, it's nice to hear the reassurance. I think a lot of it really is just like luck. That's the biggest frustration. It's like I said, that's a constraint you can't control, my brain has always been, I've always been the type of person who, like, if I don't have the ability to have that, to be able to control that constraint, my brain, there's a dissonance, right? There's a dissonance with things that you can't, like, have that ability to change. So, and then of course, because of that, you're like, oh, well, then it must be something else, when in reality, it's like just that. So, thank y'all for, thanks for listening. Anyway, murder, am I right? Ends up over here fucking shaking. Oh, my nail broke. The fuck? When did that happen? Alright. Anyway. Oops. I'm thinking it's the addendum. But there's no addendum. Fuck. That was the first one. Murder is easier than this conversation. Theoretically. Getting away with it is the challenge. Alright. This is a 4. No. At least this case can be solved. True. It's making sure no unfair, foul, or official. I don't believe. I mean, I already kind of.
Objection!
We might have to. We might have to get the help on this.
Objection!
There has to be a contradiction around here somewhere. Too bad I'm drawing a blank. Statement that I thought was a little strange, but too bad I'm drawing a blank. There's a statement that I thought was a little strange, but I wouldn't bet my life on it. And which statement would that be, since I'm the one betting my life on it? Okay, if you must know, I'll show you the one I'm thinking of. I'm gonna swallow my pride and let her lend a hand. Must be an inconsistency in the testimony Ina was pointing out. Okay, so it's number 4. Number 3. Number 3. So what about number 3? Sketchy. Still in my office, keeping a good watch. Oh. Is it the TV listings? Where was he watching TV? I guess it doesn't really matter. He wouldn't be paying undivided attention.
Objection!
But yeah, I got well scouted by a group that I only applied for because of the model. I realized that was disrespect to them, so I told them that I'm gonna receive something at the expense of my morals. I don't want it. I did the right thing, but man, I'm still feeling it. I only applied for it because of the model. I realized that was, oh. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's a good thing to do. I mean, ultimately, geez, I wish Prisma had that kind of money to give people models. Um, that makes sense. I respect that. Um, yeah, doing the right thing is good, but it can be hard. Don't lie to the don't lie to the bleh. Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch. She's making herself. She apparently was a big deal a couple months back or something. Oh, really? Dang. There are a lot of VTuber groups popping up lately, which is not a bad thing. I think groups are good. It's a good thing to be in a group. That's why I really want to build Prisma, especially so we can help each other grow as creators more. Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch. Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fella like that. I'm not whacking your bush. Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at this TV listing here, you'll see that at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled, something you'd never miss. There been an agency that is still going, but is a catastrophe, lol. Oh, really? Wonder which one it is. I know quite a few, so I know quite a few of the small ones. But I would not ask you to I would not ask you to disclose that. You're not comfortable. Um, there's a pro wrestling match scheduled, something you'd never miss. Yeah, I didn't watch that one. No siree, I was doing my job just like I was supposed to. What you said yesterday. Guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right? Yipes. Not only that, you even told me you watched it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." What's James's last name? Is that my hint? Oh, that one. Oh, that one? I know about that one. I have a mutual who was on that one. Damn, so you were in the ones. I don't fully understand what happened there, but I understand there was a well, I won't say anything. I understand some of it. Some of it. Disappointing. I had a mutual that was in it. A certain Angel, I should say, who was very sweet. And I don't know, the whole thing seemed to really fuck everybody over. So sorry that happened. Obviously not anything I could have done, but from what I saw, I was like, man, that shit sucks. Someone just fell into my cup. What is that? Ew. What the fuck? This shit out of my glass, dude. Sorry. So, do you admit to slacking off? You can't trick me with your Rudy Poo lawyer talk. I'm one of them professional types too. I can do double duty watching TV in the foyer at the same time. I got two eyeballs, you know. The only thing Filch can claim to be a professional of is professional thief. Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off? That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV in the foyer at the same time. That's nothing but a bald-faced lie. Bald, you say, but I'm not the one who's lying. Perhaps you meant the witness, Mr. Justice. And in that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Filch is lying about watching TV and the foyer simultaneously. Now watch it. Now prove it. Don't watch it. He didn't watch it, apparently. Thank God I can save. I don't know. The feathers? The mask? Time of death 320? It could be any of those things. So Filch can see the full entrance of the foyer. You know that telephone's gonna come in and play at something. And the air duct. I don't know, it really could be any of those three things. They are, but got into it, so he told them a few months ago everyone got thrown away. That we were all expendable and everyone there told by them it was fair and succeed while the ship was drowning. False hope is not something I can let stand. That's fair. Yeah. No, it sucks. I've always told my prismates, like, you guys know I will do whatever I can in my power to help you guys, but understand I have no money and that availability is very slim because of it, but we will always support each other. And that's the great thing about groups, is like there doesn't need to be money tied to it, right? There doesn't need to be like all these false promises, as much as you as much as it is, as frustrating as it is to grow when you're small. I think that's the other thing. Being in a group is so validating because you get to see like the struggles of other people, and it does kind of make you realize, like, you know, certain folks go to another place, most of us got nothing. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It really is. It's frustrating because, you know, like, I think especially with like big agency VTubers, I think they've kind of caught on to the fact that like once they get into one of these agencies, like these bigger agencies, you know, the big three, once they're in there, they're set. You know, like they have a core fan base that will follow them through thick and thin, whatever they experience. Which I'm not saying it's like a bad thing. I think it's great that they have support, but I think, you know, once you're set, you're set. You know what I mean? So like, obviously there's different degrees of that, but like I don't think I've seen any of them that haven't gotten like a large modicum of that support following them, right? Which unfortunately for smaller agencies, that's just not the case, and it sucks because they all owe y'all a lot for putting you through that. It sucks. Happy for them, I only said and stood my ground out of concern. It's not like I had a problem with anyone. Yeah, and that's good. Doesn't change the fact that the people that screwed you over, you know. Okay, so I have 3 options, I feel like. I'm gonna try the autopsy report first. Well, let my resolve be. Hopefully my resolve can be of some inspiration. Tough out here, but we small creators gotta stick through it. For real? For real? I guess maybe the eyewitness statement? God damn, dude. What are we proving exactly? Thought I knew, but now I'm like, now my brain is. Chat, I bought groceries. They're gonna come in the morning. I'm so excited. I was so excited. You don't understand. Bought hummus. You know I love hummus. I'm a hummus boy. What I buy? I bought hummus. I got. You guys know the they had You guys know the Annie's white cheddar mac and cheese? If you don't, let me put you on that. That shit is delicious. In my opinion, one of the best boxed mac and cheeses. Listen, I love homemade mac and cheese as much as the next guy, but I do not have a grandma readily available, so we must do what we can. I got some frozen pizzas for Pizza Friday. I'm all about Pizza Friday. You don't know about Pizza Friday? That's essential Draw Sarah lore. Every Friday, I have pizza. That's my celebration for the end of the week. I bought some sugar cookies, because I'm a big back. I did buy some strawberries, because those strawberries were on sale. This is so boring. I don't know why I'm telling you. I get so excited about groceries. Okay, he should have seen, even if the, I don't know. Give you a damn rest. No, I know, but I'm broke. I'm heroic. I'm about watching TV in the foyer simultaneously. What, is there no TV? There is a TV. I'm confused. But he looks through the camera, does he not? Am I crazy? Or can you only watch one thing at a time? How does he see the camera? Is it also through the TV? Please, okay, well. Please take a look at the direction of the direction the TV is facing in the diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch has eyes where his right ear should be, I'd think it would be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time. Why, yes, someone watching TV there couldn't possibly see the entrance. Exactly, and that means, Mr. Filch, you were slacking off and were not watching the foyer as you claimed. Huh? But the camera. Yipes, the bag's out of the cat, or I mean the other way around. Wonder how long I can make new spellings of girl. I keep at it. Goyrel by. Or if you could, maybe you could swap out the G for something that would give you some leverage. What's another? What is there? Any other like combination of letters that makes the G sound? Like another language. G's such a interesting letter. Order, order, order. But Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case? A soft C? In certain languages? It's very relevant because while he was slacking off watching TV, there really could have been a Ten Mataro impersonator in the foyer. What now? Granted, this Tanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered. What are you talking about? X even? This. I'm not a mind reader. Auditory sense. His eyes may have been slacking. His ears were still hard at work, right, Tanuki? They were? I mean, yes, they were. But you already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't? My house might be lazy, but my ears ain't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer. See, the foyer floor and stairway get off creaky squeaky when someone walks on them. Creak, creak, creak. Loud enough to wake the dead, I reckon. So you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by? Yep, my eyes were working full time. Who's the liar now, you no good shyster? A lying thief calling me a shyster. This has to be a low point of my fledgling career. Gotta hand it to you, Mr. Blackquill, sir. You really are something else. I mean, you don't miss a thing. And them bags under your eyes, they're darker than mine. Fair warning, Mr. Filch. Taka is practically fond of Tanuki. Should you lie to this court again, you may suddenly find yourself on the menu. Yipes! Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir. The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful bird attacks. And with that in mind, the court requests that the witness revise his testimony accordingly. Yes, sir. Years working overtime. It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. The floor there's all squeaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there weren't no Tim Mataro in the foyer. Superstition is the religion of feeble minds. Understand? Simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai demons and such. You must use common sense, for lacking that our entire world would be but upside down. As the convict prosecutor, it was totally a sign of the end times for the legal world. And besides, if there were any yokai roaming about, I'd nab 'em and send 'em to the zoo. You know whether Jinxie was just seeing things? That seems to be the general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns. If we can't prove she saw Timataro, the mayor's sure to be convicted. We better hope my guns fire bullets, not BBs. The defense may cross-examine the witness. I gotta put on my lips getting chapped. Dude, I love this fucking... I told y'all about this bluey chapstick I got, right? But I gotta say, the chapsticks that you got like finger, I don't like them. I don't know who thought like in 2025 that we should keep that as a method of using chapstick. I think is insane. Chapstick should be a stick. Lip balm should be a stick. That's my hot take. I don't know why we're still doing this. Like, what are we, cavemen? Ooga booga? Like, what are we doing here? Like, you really expect me to stick my dirty ass finger? I don't have a dirty finger, but I just use Vaseline when I can't get my marshmallow stuff. Ooh, marshmallow, that sounds good. I know some people use like Q-tips, but I'm not putting Q-tips on my lips with chapstick. What if the little the little cotton bits get stuck to my lips? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not doing that. That's a that's a health risk. Not like I think swallowing cotton is really gonna do anything to your body, but you know what I mean. My lips are too big for some little ass application. You don't use like the EOS eggs. The little those are pretty, they're pretty hefty. Do they still do those actually? I haven't bought one. I feel like they do. I always just get some for Christmas. My my dad's girlfriend like always gives me a bunch of chapstick. I don't know why that is. I mean I love it. Means I don't have to buy any. It's one of the buying things for your gay son. My dad is like my, my dad is so funny. He's totally fine with me like wearing makeup and shit, but he's like, I will not gift you anything because I refuse to step foot in a Sephora. It's like, bro. But honestly, I think if my dad were in a Sephora, I think he would have a lot of questions. So I think that's fair. I wish I could donate lip fat. I feel like we have the technology where it's not needed. You know what I mean? We have Botox and shit and lip fillers and all that. Even though that's not really I don't think that's really good for you, is it? I've never done lip fillers. I've got pretty good lips, frankly. For a white dude, I feel like my lips are pretty good. No, that's what I thought. I was blessed with full lips. It's true, I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. Okay, that's not a question. I just might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. Lord, there's all squeaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So then, how did you? I feel like we've already kind of proven that someone was there. I guess not. Well, okay, the first thing is this, right? We know the victim can fly, apparently. Or not the victim, the Temataro can fly.
Objection!
Consider the evidence. There's obviously something wrong with that statement. God damn it. Fuck me in the ass. Try something. Plus with they ran out of stuff. I was last in line. Okay, no more. I'm cutting myself off. Let me test something real quick. Okay. Truthfully, I was blessed like how Pandora was blessed by the 12 Olympians. I kind of like this setup that I got going on here. Sorry, I'm like been playing around with the new setup because you know I'm doing a multi-stream and I'm still kind of getting used to it and trying to figure out what I like. I'm still I'm working through it. All right. We'll see how I feel about that. It's probably gonna change like 100 more times, but I'm okay with it so far right now. That can and will change. Okay. Anyway. I just might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. Lower there's all creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. You see, there weren't no Tematero in the foyer. A lot, just not what I want. So as someone I knew not to, one knew not to make me like anything but an acquired taste with touch issues. If I were anything but what I am, I'd be cracked open, splayed like a wishbone. I've learned to be pretty like neutral about like how I look IRL, if not positive, because I'm not really. I've kind of learned I don't really care about being like overly positive about what I look like, as long as I'm just like I look, as long as I am okay, as long as I'm not negative.
Objection!
My
Objection!
oh, duh.
Hold it!
You are paid for your work, aren't you? So how do you justify watching TV on the job? Alright. It ain't easy being me. I mean, I can't watch TV when we have visitors, and there's no way to record stuff. Sorry, am I supposed to be consoling you over your first world problems? Those are his only problems. He should consider himself lucky. I guess pro wrestling's serious business to Mr. Filch. My eyes might have been slacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. You lied earlier about taking your guard duties seriously, didn't you? Oh, that ain't no harm in bending the truth a little, right? Listen to me, you little tanuki. Lie again, and Taka shall feast upon that forked tongue of yours. Yipes! Sorry, just let me keep my tongue. At least leave it until we get the truth out of him in any case. You were negligent in your duties, were you not? Yes, sir, I was, sir, but it ain't like that. The floor there's all creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So you have pretty good ears, Mr. Filch. As good as they come, I'd say. Ain't nothing to ain't nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, that Tin Matero makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle. Jingle jangle? How does he do that? It's that staff of his. That's what jingle jangles. Oh. What's he talking about, Apollo? Beats me, but I guess Tamataro has a staff that makes noise. When I think of it, didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? She said she saw Tamataro holding a staff-like object that made a jangly sound. I guess that's the source of the noise then. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Filch says Tamataro jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information? Very important. Extremely vital. I request that it be added to his testimony. We know that in the only document that depicts him, he's not holding staff.
Objection!
Tenmataro's staff would make a jangly sound, you say? Well, I'm going to say that your story doesn't add up. There's something that the defense would like to share with the court? Mr. Filch, you say that you didn't see Tenmataro on the day of the incident. Why then did you assume just now that Tenmataro would be holding a staff? Huh? You see... What, did you discover something? You see, the Tenmotaro Jinxie saw held a staff in his hand. She described its sound just like you did, the kind of jangly sound. What? What did you think it was? Yeah, so he's holding a staff. What's your point? The point is that Tenmataro doesn't use a staff. Not normally. I don't know. What are you talking about? You see, this is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. There was a staff in that picture, Mr. Filch. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Filch? You're right, there is no staff, not even a cane or a walking stick. Yeah. So the question is, why does the witness think Tenmataro uses a staff? I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. Well now, this is getting interesting. Alright, Mr. Justice, it's time to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Tenmataro carries a staff. He actually saw Tenmataro. Mr. Filch actually saw Tenmataro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could possibly know about the staff. Busted again! Bloody hell, you duplicitous little... Yes, how'd that feel, Black Quill? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? Admit it, Mr. Filch. You did see Tenmataro that day, didn't you? Well? I'm begging you, please don't make me say it. But clearly you did see Tenmataro. Stop stalling and testify to that fact. No can do, no way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he can be. He? Mr. Filch still won't admit to seeing Tenmataro even though everyone knows he did. The question now is why? Mr. Filch is scared to death. Why you can't admit the truth? Let me think of it. They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do look... Why is his name Filch? Keeps throwing me off. And then tell anyone what you saw. Tenmataro will claim your soul. Can't take it seriously. Jinxie wouldn't admit to seeing Tenmataro after hearing about the village superstitions. She said that if she told anyone that she had seen Tenmataro, he'd claim her soul. Wait, you think Filch believes that too? So Mr. Big Time, City Slicker Lawyer has heard about him. Them old village superstitions. Will the defense please explain what the witness is talking about? People of Ninetails Vale believe some pretty strange things. Their superstitions may be the reason our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Tenmataro. Darn straight, that's why. It's all right here. Village superstitions. Do not gaze upon Tenmataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it: your immediate departure from the village. Bring him will bring ruin upon the village. Ignoring it will cost you... ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul? See? That's why us folks in Nine-Tails Vale can't talk about seeing Timotaro. Village superstitions added to the court record. Sure, that'll come in handy. That clears up one mystery. The killer took advantage of the superstitions by wearing a Tenmataro costume. They knew that that way no one could talk about him, so it was as if he never existed. The defense holds that this Tenmataro impersonator is a true killer. What?
Objection!
Superstitions, you say? What kind of fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that using some silly fairy tale could so easily expose the culprit? We'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Prosecutor Blackquill.
Objection!
Try living in my world of narrow cells, mortal danger, and dark, sleepless nights. There is no lack of superstitions in the clink, but few are those who truly believe in them.
Objection!
All the village superstitions are real enough to the people of Nine-Tails Vale. A life or death superstition might make even you a believer. Order, order, I say. You fool of a Tanuki. 2 times now your lies have cost me. Sorry, I promise not to do it again. Taka, my fine feathered friend, have at him.
It's gonna eat me alive over the hills.
Yeah, he took off. But bailiff, what are you waiting for after him, and with your fastest men? That's certainly not something you see every day. Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. The third party disguised as the Yokai Tenmataro was at the scene, and now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections? Any objections, Prosecutor Blackquill? Oh. Oh.
What?
Oh. Ah. His shackles. I'm too young to die. Justice, Dono. Long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade. You would best say your prayers. Eek! Nice overhead window. Detective, do something! Have no fear. Fulbright is here. When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going.
Objection!
Get going already before he kills us. Oh, but I stand in awe of Simon Blackquill, for it is his sense of justice that set him free. Objection, objection, I object to Detective Fulbright's definition of justice.
Silence!
I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards. Oh, well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, can I ask you to, I think the judge forgot he's in charge here. Pull it out, Blackquill. So, Justice Dono's assertion is this. Tenma Taro is the real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Right. That yokai, or rather, whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman Kyubi. How is a sword even allowed in here? That's what I want to know. I mean, this how is a felon even allowed in here? Like, what are we doing?
Silence.
Yeah. Better explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber. What? That's right. She said nothing about Tenma Taro being in the Fox Chamber. Let me enlighten you. That little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door. And your point is? Upon opening the door, she found a freshly skewed murder victim, the alderman, and the homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor. Oh, there must have been someone dressed up like... Oh. Then why does that little scamp claim not to have seen a yokai in the Fox Chamber? Considering her father is accused of murder, surely she wouldn't have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room. Don't understand. Why didn't she see Tenma Taro inside the Fox Chamber? But one way to find out. Ask Jinxie Tenma whether she saw your killer yokai at the scene of the crime. Uh-oh. Final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave here alive. Long has my blade thirsted for blood. At long last it shall be sated. Sated? Wait, this is still a trial, right? Show me what you're truly capable of. Justice, Dono. Very well, then. Both parties, no doubt, need some time to regroup. The court will take a 10-minute recess in order to... Yeah. 3 minutes. I'm sorry, but a 3-minute recess? Just so. Plenty of time if your destination of intent is the loo. The loo? You mean the bathroom? But I was gonna play some Candy Crush, and that's like only one round. What if it's a super hard level? Sheesh, at least include enough time to wash our hands. I don't believe in washing hands. You think my dick is dirty? See that you take no more than 3 minutes. All latecomers will be punished. I'm sure some people in the court would like that, sir. Yes, sir, I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins. Is the hawk going to watch me pee? I'll have you know my stream isn't very steady these days. Declare Prosecutor Blackwell the winner of this round of Simon Says. Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor's running the show, does it? He busted out of his shackles. Yeah, that's not the only thing that busted in that courtroom. What was that all about? Guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Better be careful, Apollo. You've really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tenma Taro impersonator at the manor. What's with that guy and the whole samurai act anyway? Such fine swordsmanship. That is no mere act. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel. No, wait, let's save the dueling until after we prove your innocence. I suppose it could wait till later. Ugh, does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? Dina, I'm gonna go wash up. Remember what Blackwell said, Apollo. Don't be late. 10:40. It's only been 43 minutes. Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tenma, a maid at QB Manor. I believe we can proceed now if the witness is ready, that is.
Yurari Hyun, leader of the 100 demons, he really does exist.
Wow, that is one well-polished tray. The witness will show her face while in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. What is it, my child?
Begone, Yurari Hyun, leader of the 100 demons.
Oh ho ho, you think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts, back in my day. A real hit with the ladies. But unfortunately, I've been divorced 3 times. The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will.
My charm has no effect. The demon of due process? Not sure I can see that one.
Now you little scamp.
Yes.
I trust you know why you're here.
The bags.
Bags? Oh, that tricksy tanuki? Try the noodle stand and go enjoy a big bowl of tanuki tail noodles while you're at it. Everyone's a comedian.
No, I meant your bags, the ones under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Azuki Arai away.
Azuki Arai? The yokai that washes Azuki beans? The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off. Oh my god.
Azuki Arai often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore.
Is that so? Well, thank you. It's like Prosecutor Blackwell got more than he bargained for. They're bad enough alone, but together those two are just plain creepy. Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Tenma Taro when you discovered the crime scene. What Jinxie saw.
Did I see Tenmataro in the fox chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw, yes, now I remember. Yokai, right there in that room.
So there was a yokai at the at the scene of the crime.
Yeah, lots of them.
Wait, more than one yokai? Did Tenma Taro happen to be among them?
I don't know. I just don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Asha, Norikabe, Seto Aisho, Eek. They were all there.
Well, this is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them. Yokai to mokai. Get it? So funny. This is ludicrous. You would have this court listen to this delusional little scamp's testimony? Here.
Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. But a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course.
What a fabulous idea. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. You sure know what you're doing, Athena.
She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene and fear of testifying have her dazed and confused. A regular ball of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help.
Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Shall we let Miss Sykes proceed? Makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land.
I'll show you. Found something. It's like an out-of-control emotion. Athena, what exactly are we looking at here? Oh, this? It's one of Widget's functions. Right here you can see images and emotions extracted from the witness's voice. Whoa, you mean that little thing can do all this? Pretty cool, huh? And here I thought it was just some kid's toy. Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow of error right now. See how sad is brightly lit there in the bottom left? She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. It seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her a confused mess.
So, all those yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions? Why's that blue one on the top left look like he's grabbing a forehead penis of the Cinnamon Toast Crunch mascot?
Yes, that's right. Well, no, not about the Cinnamon Toast Crunch penis. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about there. Her fear is instilled in her hallucinations and false memories. Seeing she's normal everyday ob- She's seeing normal everyday objects as monsters in her mind.
Could have been his brow ridge. Oh, of course. Of course. Sorry. Shame on me.
She's seeing normal everyday objects as monsters in her mind.
It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination. Oh my god. Schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. Are they saying she's schizophrenic? They diagnosing this woman? Also, usually schizophrenia, I mean, it's not impossible, but schizophrenia usually develops in like the 20s. So she's a little bit young to be schizophrenic, but I mean, work, I guess, Queen.
And the trauma in Jinxie's case is fear.
So she was and still is seeing ordinary objects as yokai?
We'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now let's see. Apollo, can you point out the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? She seems particularly terrified of that one. Start by pressing probe. Next, point to what's causing Jinxie's out-of-control emotion.
Unless a significant thing happened. Yeah. I guess she has gone through a lot recently. Her father being accused of murder. Being put in a slammer.
Next, point to what's causing Jinxie's out-of-control emotion. Finally, hit probe again to try and get to the heart of the matter.
Okay, let's give this a try. Wall monster. Up monster. Raccoon dog.
Got it.
Jinxie, what's the name of that yokai on a wheel of fire?
That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the aldermans.
It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation.
Exactly. It's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaking for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai on a wheel of fire.
I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw. What could you have possibly mistaken for Akasha? This.
Take that.
The light fixture?
This one right here has a flame design and is up there on the ceiling. Never a yokai on a wheel of fire. Pasha you saw was just a light fixture.
Eek.
Interesting. So this is interesting. Alright.
That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now that you've got the hang of it, it should be a cinch to point out the rest.
Jinxie. What about this white wall-like monster?
That's Nurikabe. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray.
That's no yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen. This raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster. It's just the statue of one. And look, these are just coffee cups, and this right here, it's nothing more than a fox statue.
I don't know what I was thinking. You did it, Apollo. Your extreme fear is under control now. It was all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokai after all. See? A clear-cut statement. That's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. And just like we thought, there were never really any yokai in the Fox Chamber.
Right. There never really were any yokai there. So the defense is asserting the exact opposite of their original assertion. Wait, Jinxie, what about Tenmataro?
There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Tenmataro or any other yokai either. I remember it clearly now.
You gotta be joking! Order in the court. I think we just dug our own grave. Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I could do. No!
Apollo, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? I'm still picking up on some noise. It's an unexpected emotion.
I mean, Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet?
Exactly. We shouldn't be able to get something else. We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update.
I don't understand what's supposed to be shocking here. I would feel both, or I don't understand what's supposed to feel unusual here, because I'd be both shocked and sad at the sight of it. Wait, what am I supposed to do?
Try to find the emotions that contradict your statements.
If I find a contradictory emotion, I should point it out?
That's right. But it's not just contradictory emotions you should look out for. You should also keep an eye out for sudden changes in an emotion's intensity.
Oh, okay.
Your emotions might get stronger or weaker as you move from statement to statement. It's important to compare how the same emotion changes throughout the testimony.
Contradictory emotions and changes in intensity. Okay, I'll give it a shot. He's super sad. Even. Jock. Even. Even. Even.
Got it.
This seems like an unnatural reaction.
Really? Because I don't see it that way.
So it isn't unexpected given her testimony?
Hello? Is there anybody in there? Not if you can hear me.
There is someone at home, and that someone is going to try that again. What am I missing here? Did I not guess this one?
Got it.
The amount of fear you felt is rather low, despite your legs having given out from fright. Something have lessened your fear?
Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment.
You did? Where did it come from?
Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she was there with me. Okay, I'll enter a sudden burst of courage. Now, let's see. Ah, look. Apollo, the noise is all gone. Jinxie seems to have remembered everything now. Bye-bye.
Sudden burst of courage. Now, where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage?
Yes, there was, I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later. Any idea what could have given Jinxie that courage?
Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. I wonder if she saw something like that at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did your sudden burst of courage have anything to do with this? Was it the warding charm?
Take that.
Could have been this? Huh? Oh, that's not encouraging.
The evidence you presented seems to have produced confusion rather than courage.
So I got that one wrong.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, you know the rest, Apollo.
Was it the flower?
Take that.
Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a nine-tails flower there at the scene, did you?
The demon lawyer strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a nine-tails flower on it. I liked it so much I kept it.
You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene. That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now the witness will produce said evidence this instant.
Sorry.
Does seem to be some sort of case. Oh, look, something slid out. It appears... it's the master key. It appears to be a key. Might I have a look, your baldness? Good. That's a giant nickel. I know. Does kind of look like a coin. What's up, Jordan? Oh. This is none other than the master key to QB Manor. Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Blackwood? Matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. Master key that went missing? I don't know, I like the sound of that. A little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of an unimaginable consequence. Why is the lady holding a giant reflective coin? I think it's a plate. Yeah, Apollo's back. So he's got another partner. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the Fox Chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. You're on to the 5th game already? I sure am. I feel like I slowed down a little bit since we started playing on the PS4, but yeah, I'm still mowing through. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder. Which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. Your point is, until Jinxie Tenma opened the Fox Chamber with her key, the room had been locked from tight from the outside world. There's no one else in it save the victim and its killer. Trust you've figured it out for yourself by now. A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable. No.
Objection!
How could this happen? Offense's assistant will refrain from growling her frustrations. Are you alright? I like that they had to go 3D since it's still in a visual novel-like format. Yeah, I agree, it's a little weird. I know Mayor Tenma's innocent, but there's nothing we can do. This sucks. Sykes, Dono. Allow me to put you out of your misery. Can I decline your offer? Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. The relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come running in. Will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great, now he's playing Simon Says with us. Well, he's not gonna fool us with his stupid mind games. Don't fall for his tricks. Now I'm the one who's dazed and confused? I can't even think straight. Hey, are you alright? She fell right into his trap. Now I suggest you make a mad dash from the courtroom to the wild blue yonder. As a but I think this is my first time seeing her in the games. This is her first time in the games. I think well, I don't think, I know, because I played all of them so far. Yeah. Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed.
Objection!
Right? Alright, I'll be back in 10. Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai. Also, Phoenix is here too. He's a lawyer, but he's sitting this trial out. Apollo? Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection. But what is it you object to? Huh? Oh, right. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. Who's the playable character? I think the notion is that all 3 of them are. But right now the main is Apollo. Last time it was Athena, Phoenix. It was Athena the first half and then Phoenix the second. Which was pretty epic. He took the 4th game off. Then he's like, Big Dick is back in town. Big Bick is back in town. Big Bick is back in bound. Yeah, I kind of like it. It's cool. All of them are different primary colors. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. Though I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena. The court is waiting, Mr. Justice. Though as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Very sussy. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case? Their names are Greek mythos. Yeah. Yeah. I think Despair pointed that out yesterday. Or the day before. Whenever we played this last. A bird and two gods. Well, actually, I do. Oh, Justice, and I'm fine.
Apollo, you do have something more than your cords of steel, don't you?
Not really, but we'll be fine. Got absolutely nothing, but that's never stopped me before. I have to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room. It's all over if I don't.
Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box.
In this case, inside the box. What a doozy that locked room is, too. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument?
You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another.
Vague conjecture shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dono. They have futuristic... Yeah, Athena's whole thing is she's the techie girl. Women in STEM. So she has the ability to, like, read people's emotions, I guess. So now everybody has a power. With Apollo's power, with Apollo's power, he can see people's, like, non-verbal cues when they're lying. Athena can read people's emotions to, like, get more information out of them, and Phoenix can use his power to his Magatama. I don't know if that appears in this game, but historically he has his Magatama from Maya that lets him see people's lies as well. The power of the LA Noir mechanics. I wonder if that was deliberate or not. Yeah, I'm gonna do or die, literally. The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room.
You sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened?
I'm fine. Just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. The killer had escaped. How could they have done so?
The choices are pretty limited.
Phoenix Wright has mystical Mayan powers. Is it Mayan? I don't know. I mean, his friend is named Maya, so maybe. He doesn't have them. His partner Maya does. Who lent him, I mean, he has the power thanks to her charm, but it's not like he has them himself, you know what I mean? It's like it's a borrowed power. Yeah, Maya, sorry. Maya Fey, whom we haven't seen in 2 games. Rest in peace. She didn't die, but they keep replacing her with other women. The room has a window, but I thought you said some archaeologist gave it to him after excavating it from a Mayan historical site. No. Isn't open wide enough for anyone to get through, and there's a sheer cliff outside. It's for the air vent. He became like Moon Knight or something. Yeah, he's off being a superhero. That's why he's not as present in the current games. As for the air vent,
It's up too high, and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. Needless to say, the Forbidden Chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out.
Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple. Like they say, simple is best. We need to rule out all the absolutely impossible escape routes. Then whatever's left might just lead us to how the Fox Chamber was compromised. Your Honor, the defense proposes that the killer escaped through here. My theory is that we have the key, right? Oh, we don't have the key. Thought we did. The air duct? Well, they said that it's too high. It's too high up and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. So they already ruled, it seems like they're already ruling that out. And also the window, because it's too slim. The back rooms, he no-clipped out. Interesting theory. I mean, I think my theory is that it really is just the Forbidden Chamber, and he, like, someone used the key to get him out. And just how did the killer escape through there, Mr. Justice? Your reasoning skills seem as questionable as your proposed escape route. Hey, fuck you, Judge. Yeah, I wish I could escape right now. Afraid there's no escaping a penalty for your random guessing, Mr. Justice. Could I try that one again? I mean, it's possible if you can fly. Let's see. Nope. Brown, 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 brown. Do 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 do. Through the telephone. He entered through the telephone signal. He became 5G. What if he just went out the front door? That was kind of what I was insinuating with the Forbidden Chamber, like going through out there and there. Let's see. The hallway door. Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out. It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tenma scene was within that locked room. I would exit the Fox Chamber and lock it. I heard a hold on. I heard a cat meowing. Make sure that the cat. There's not supposed to be any cats on my side. We keep at nighttime we keep a lot of the hallway doors closed. So the way that they're closed, there's not supposed to be cats. Because the dog is sleeping in my section. And he's old. And also the cats get naughty at night, so my side also has the dishes and stuff. Let's continue. How would one exit, Sir Baby? Yes. How would one exit the Fox Chamber and lock it without a key? Should have seen this one coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right. I understand if the killer had exited the room with the key, but... Well, Mr. Justice, prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you explain yourself. Damn, you're endorsing this behavior? I'm fine, I can explain myself. The reason the Fox Chamber's hallway door was locked was because I would stop talking. I know, right? Oh no. Emma locked it from inside. Locked on its own? I doubt it's that. The perp locked it from outside. If the room was locked from the outside, get some ice. My drink is no longer. He is back. What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door, then locked it. Ouch! Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked fox chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed is a blatant contradiction of. Staying in the room before locking the door would require taking the key outside. But the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. If only we could explain both. How the key would be inside the room and lock the door from outside. Oh, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackwell draws his sword. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight? Okay. Oh, wait, so that was right? I was right, but I still got attacked? Flipped it in when the door was open. Threw it outside, changed the lock. Maybe someone threw it in from the hallway when Jinxie opened the door? That would explain. Yeah. Perhaps we should ask the little scamp herself. You opened the fox chamber. Did you witness anyone throw the master key inside?
Sorry, I didn't see anyone else there.
Oh. What a pity. Perhaps you intend to accuse the witness of murder. I do. Oh, you leave me no choice. A penalty for random speculation and lack of foresight. Ugh. If someone got in that locked room. Let's try that again. How could the master key be at the crime scene? Threw it from the outside? What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like go out the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back in through the window? That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room. Where would you throw it from? There's a cliff outside the fox chamber's window. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility. Oh, right. Ugh.
Wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window.
Or other than the window. The key had been tossed in through somewhere other than the window? The air duct. Air vent. Yes. The window may be out of the question, but the air vent's not.
Oh, that's right. The fox chamber's air duct leads out into the hallway.
That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside the fox chamber, then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber. Yeah. It's preposterous.
Oh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly.
Mr. Justice, afraid I'm a bit confused. As usual.
Don't worry, I'll explain it so even your honor can understand.
Excuse me?
First, the real killer, disguised as Tenmataro, murdered the alderman in the Fox Chamber. Then they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside in the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air ceiling there.
Bro, this orange nectarine shit is hitting, dude. I can't put down the cup.
All that was left to do after that was go back through the duct, flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer?
Amazing. Even I could follow that.
Judge seems really pleased. That explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Tenmataro. There was someone, mayor and the alderman, in that room. Hey, it looks like that lawyer's beating the massive forehead is more attractive. God, I wanna.
Order, I say. Stop being horny in the court.
Now that I've proved a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be built guilty.
Silence.
Valiant effort, Justice Dono. But your final thrust missed its mark. Huh? Thrust? Both that little scamp and the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after it left the room. But then what? That irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out of the front door? That's exactly what happened. The killer fled from the... Ouch! Would not be me. But that is impossible without being spotted by the foyer's security camera, that is.
God, one of my posters is falling again.
Press. Press. Oof. Electric Eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. Yeah, so then why don't we check the tapes? I don't understand. However, there's no sign of Tenmataro anywhere in the security footage. What? Save for the foyer entrance, there is no other way to flee the manor, is there? I don't feel so good. Wait, I believe there is one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There's a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera. Hey, you're right.
Silence.
Silence!
Must I point out every crucial detail to the defense? It seems you lack not only brains, but investigative prowess to boot. That is the cliffside of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one. No. Wait, so the killer didn't escape out of the foyer window? What the heck, right? I suppose your next proposal is the killer sprouted wings and flew off into the sunset. I mean, let me ask the audience. I'm not saying that they did, but how do you explain this?
would mean the killer really was a yokai.
Only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying
I'm literally one step ahead of this game. Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be, it's actually Harry Potter.
You're a turf, Harry. What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly?
Whoa, I thought I was the one with the cords of steel. Oh, I can't. Oops, sorry. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. Your Honor, what evidence do you have that the killer flew away?
Take that!
Bingo bazongo. Take a look at this special edition paper. Enmataro, real or flight of fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice? Can't believe you're seriously saying that, Judge. Photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo is the killer shortly after they fled out of the window? Mr. Justice. So it says you're playing my... What? Why is it... Oh my god. Fucking restreamed. It does say that. Sorry. Yeah. I, so I'm using a different a different platform for I'm using Restream EO or whatever the fuck, and it's not exactly great. It's like it only lets you choose from a certain number of games, and so I guess it just wasn't updated. So dumb. Sorry about that. Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting. Oh, I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. Killer disguised as Mataro flew away, you know, by some way or another.
Silence!
It is your brain that has flown the coop. That image is not but trick photography or some other form of artifice. And how about the Ten Mataro figure Mr. Filch saw, just vanished into thin air? No, there is a rational, common sense explanation for that. Not using OBS. I'm using OBS, but there's different components of OBS that you can use. Where I originally was using just the Twitch OBS, but I'm multi-streaming, so I have to do it from a different component of OBS, which is really not great. Not only can I not choose like through all the games that Twitch has, but I can't even see the activity feed, which is really pissing me off. So I have to have it pulled up on a separate screen on my phone. I don't exactly enjoy it. That infernal yokai, our Trixie Tanuki, has never reached the entrance. Suffice to say, I'm probably gonna look for another thing I can use on OBS so that it's not this janky, because literally this shit is so ugly. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. The most I heard you pick up a drink. I know, I can't put down the cup, dude. It's so tasty. I swear to God, orange nectarine. It's good, dude. I might be addicted. I'm addicted in like the way that like a boomer mom is addicted. It's so good. It's like one of those flavor things. The little flavor, the flavor squirters. It's tasty. Or anybody's like, that's not really that good for you, right? It's I'm broke. It's cheap, dude. It's not cause I'm trying to drink healthy. I don't like where this is going on, but oh, he's gonna try to pin it on the girl. Now the fact that we know the yokai had to come from the fox chamber, as long as it doesn't have lead in it, that's a good question. Let's see. Let me see the ingredients actually. Water, citric acid, sodium citrate, gum arabic, sucralose, natural flavors, sucrose acetate, isobutyrate, yellow 6, lead, niacinamide, potassium sorbate, and sodium benzoate, preservatives, pyridoxine hydrochloride, cyanocobalamin. So yeah, no lead in there. Crosshair, that's a bit racist. I said gum. Gum Arabic. Yeah, there's no lead. Your mic keeps making it sound like you're saying dumb Arabic. Gum. 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 Gum as in G as in gorilla. Ingredients are listed from greatest to least amount of products. That was right in my ears. Well, you wanted to call me out for racism. Also, nobody called out that I said lead. There, I added that in there as a joke. There is no lead. Anyway, let me put this back. Bro, it says we have 6 viewers, which is already a lot, and all of them are on Twitch. YouTube is so ass when it comes to promoting live streams. This is why I didn't do it. But I need somewhere to put my VODs. Apparently there's a thing that you can like auto upload them, but I did not say this. You're gonna get me canceled, dude. I love the Arabs. I love the Arabian people. And their gum. I don't know what's different. I don't know why their gum is so special. Always a narrative. I don't know what's special about their gum, but clearly they have a special kind of gum. Hey Siri, what is Arabic gum?
Gum arabic is a tree gum exuded by 2 species of Acacia sensulato, Senegalia senegal. Shall I continue?
No. No.
First you have to tell me where you are. To privacy settings, Select location services, scroll to Siri, and allow location access.
I didn't ask you to do that.
First, you have to tell me where you are.
Shut up.
Go to privacy. Okay.
Thank you. Hey Siri. Sorry. Don't let Siri dox you on stream. She's not doxing me. She knows better. I'm not giving her my location settings. Now the fact that we know that Yokai had come from the Fox Chamber means that it was likely that either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at the time. Still, not good at all. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono? Falsified yokai remnants. How the fact we know Drosser's geolocation thanks to Siri? Just ask Rev fans, they already know. If you want to know where I live, just ask a Rev fan. They have that information in a spreadsheet, dude. And the appearance of Tenma Taro are the work of one individual. That individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma. Holy shit. No. Uh-oh. Order, order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever. No more crash outs in my court. The little scamp was no doubt simply trying to protect her father. It's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade. Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out of the window. You truly believe this could end any other way? We fall right into his trap? What do we do now, Apollo? Case no longer stands without a real yokai, if only we had one. Bailiff, seize her. It is time I interrogated her as the samurai of you. Forgot what this case is even about. I know, right? Everything's so flashy now. I'm so distracted. And also hot, man. Mayor Tenma. This farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul? Tenma Taro's true identity. Now, Mr. Mayor, it would be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you had been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter would be arrested for obstruction of justice. You confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook her little yokai farce. Confess? The defendant intends to confess? Wait. Apollo, Skipper Blackwell's up to his mind games again. Mayor Tenma, no. Don't fall for his twisted words. You're sent away for murder. Jinxie will be left all alone. The real killer is... Mayor Tenma's going to confess until we do something. But I can't prove how the real killer would be could have flown away. Gaw, gaw, gaw. Look upon me in despair, for ripe is the time for my return. Uh-oh. I should watch what I wish for. Caw, 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 foolish mortals. I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek. Mayor Tenma? Silence. I am Tenmataro, freed from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon King.
What the? Demon King?
Well then, I think it's time for me to... What did he say? Fuck. Take a vacation! The witness will, he will explain himself. Please. You saying you're Tenmataro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time? Indeed, it is I, Tenmataro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. This child is Tenmataro, you say? Ah, what nonsense. So, Mayor Tenma is a yokai now? Caw, 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 his body is now mine. So, you're saying Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you? That the yokai that Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Filch saw? Being the judge must be very funny, like, he seems like a fairly ordinary man seeing really weird individuals in the courtroom. Yeah, not only is he, like, really normal, he's also, like, very dumb and ignorant, so, like, he literally is just so easy. Like, it's just all, like, it's just all this, like, fun little watch for him. He's like, oh, this is interesting. You're saying this happened? And then someone is like, no, that's not what happened. And he's like, oh, okay, I believe what you say then. No, but that's not true, Your Honor. Oh, okay, I believe you then. Who should I believe? I guess I believe the one who is nicer to me. But also that's not true, because usually I tend to be swayed by the people who threaten me. At the yokai that Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Filch saw, Joe Rogan to any interview. Yes, that's true. He's I mean, he's bald, just like Joe Rogan. Judge Rogan. And the one captured in the newspaper photo, those were all you? The accursed power of these warding charms prevents me from revealing my true form. Your baldness. Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt? Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented. Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned. Huh? What? You claim the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber, but it was the accused all along. Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real in a manner of speaking. For the alderman's killing is none other than Mayor Tenma. The yokai at the scene, that too was Mayor Tenma, or should I say our dear Tenmataro. The pieces have all fallen into place. How so, Prosecutor Blackwell? Seems I must spell it out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the alderman in the Fox Chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the Forbidden Chamber's door, but then fell unconscious from the blow the alderman had delivered to his head. It's when his daughter, Jinxie Tenma, stumbled on the scene of the crime. The little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenmataro, freed at last from its charm's warding effect, possession of them. The newly freed Tempataro then fled from the Fox Chamber. So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father possessed by Tenmataro. But when we arrived on scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How's that possible if he was supposed to have flown out the foyer window? Then what? You mean to say the maid of Kyubi Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenmataro? Oh. Yeah. Call. That too is easily explained. Flew about for a time, did I, but presently tired I made for the Forbidden Chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the Fox Chamber, and I knew no more. It would seem the pieces are still in place. Is Black Quill up to his tricks again? I don't know what to say. As usual, is the defendant a real live? So the rumor about Mayor Tenma is true? I knew yokai were real. You mean he really did kill the alderman just so he could release Tenmataro? Order! Order! I will have order. Now we've got it. It's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. Simon says on steroids. He wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai. The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty or baldness. This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career, and I've dealt with some crazy-ass stories, I'll tell you what. One time they had to do with a guy's dick getting chopped off and covered in chocolate. That was crazy. Anyway, can a yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system? Mayor Tenma is just pretending to be Tenmataro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. A verdict at this point would be premature. Just like that guy's dick getting cut off and put into chocolate. Since both sides have raised valid points, I have no choice but to. Excuse me? This is the dark age of law where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning, Justice Dono.
Objection!
I won't fabricate any evidence.
Silence.
Then prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation. Well, I don't know about that. I probably would succumb to temptation if I were spending a night in the clink with you. Not gonna lie. How about I just promise not to succumb to anything? You will be sucking, and you will be coming. Okay, enough. We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is the yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but... What's wrong with him? Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play, and you are in serious violation of that. What in the devil was that? Fulbright, you tampered with my shackles in some manner. It seems you found that quite shocking. It's my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pay for this. I, Simon Blackwell. Your Honor, you need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackwell will remain on his best behavior. A bit late with the reassurances, aren't we, Detective? Well, in that case, this concludes today's deliberations. Prosecution and defense will use the opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned. Going a little longer. I got a little bit more in me. April 18th, 1:20 p.m. Write Anything Agency. Having a yokai testify in court is unprecedented, to say the least. I am Tenmatara, the yokai you seek. Could such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma suddenly become a demon? Yeah, it's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackwell is playing along. I can't even think straight anymore. I need to go out for a run. See you in a bit. Wait, what about the investigation? Back. Eek. Whoa, whoa. Trucy, welcome back. Oh, you're in your stage outfit. Back from work? Yep, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the teaming out of nowhere trick in Polly's tightrope style defense trick? I was seriously considering a disappearing act out of my own after all that craziness. Yeah, the gang's all here, except for Maya. And Gumshoe. So not everybody. That's the second time you've made that stupid Viking joke. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. I know the killer must have used that air duct in their escape. And whoever did that was the Tenmataro that Mr. Filch and Jinxie saw. Right. Maybe there is some evidence in the air duct. The real fight starts right now. Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear. 3, 2, 1, ta-da! Unnecessary evidence has disappeared into Trucy's magic panties. Wonder where all that stuff goes. Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Vamonos, Apollo, vamonos! April 18th, QB Manor, Fox Chamber. Detective Fulbright, mind if we search the air duct? Well, since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... I wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial. Well, his sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. Probably take a while for him to recover. I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's go get the evidence we need. The air duct is the key. You know the Tenmataro impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the alderman, the killer left the Fox Chamber through the hallway door. Then, after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct from the hallway. Finally, the killer dropped the key into the Fox Chamber through the air vent here. Then went back through the duct and fled the manor. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locked room was created. The killer passed through the air duct. Maybe we'll find some evidence there. Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. Oh, here's our vent. Awfully high up. Don't worry, I brought a stepladder. Happy hunting. How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. Hey, wait, this is a regular ladder. Whoa, it's pitch black in here. Well, here goes nothing. Thick layer of dust in here. I don't get it.
Find anything? Yikes. Oh, what happened? You're covered in dust.
Yeah, dust. Lots of dust.
So, what'd you find?
You know how dust collects on something when nobody uses it for a long time?
Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office.
Right. You'd think it'd be possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail?
I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting... No one's gone through that duct lately.
Kinda looks that way. If it's true, Mayor Tenma is going to be fingered as the killer.
Fingered? But...
If we don't turn things around quickly, in justice we trust. Sorry, Mr. Justice, but it seems your justice was not the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed.
Detective Fulbright sure seems chipper all of a sudden.
I'm back to my old devastated self. Oh, come on, where's that never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawyer Man, bring it on. Let me suffer in peace. Justice prevails once more.
Not over yet. And besides, picking someone when they're down is what bad guys do.
Yeah. Are you calling me a bad guy? Me, Bobby Fulbright, champion of justice.
Then how about some information on the investigation? We need some help here.
Information? About the investigation? Alright, I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again, understood? Fulbright needs to be shanked.
You did it, Apollo.
Yeah, but how long can we keep this up?
I can't believe Prosecutor Blackwell would stoop that low. I mean, to pinning the blame on a yokai, he really wants a conviction at all costs.
Could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Yes, well, I have him writing a self-reflective essay as we speak.
I doubt that'll teach him anything.
Yeah, I'll probably just write dotard 1,000 times. Is that a slur? Dotard? Sounds like something else. Dotard. That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Oh my god, the guys. The cum tribute guy sent me another message. He says hi. I'm not gonna block him because I wanna see how far he goes. But I'm not gonna respond to him. It's fascinating to me how far people will go despite not picking up on the message. It's kind of wild. That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. The truth is, Prosecutor Blackwell believes Jinxie Tenma planted that yokai stuff. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the real killer.
Yeah, right. I'd like to see him prove it.
Whoa, calm down. He doesn't have any direct evidence, but we did find this. It's at the base of the cliff just outside QB Manor. Wait, that isn't the staff Temataro was supposedly carrying, is it? The one and only. Miss Tenma no doubt tossed it over the cliff when she was done. No way.
Whoa, no way. Well, what about Prince?
Nope, no prince, but if she was wearing a costume, there wouldn't be any anyway. Well, prince or no prince, it's not going to work in our favor. Sounds like the staff might have belonged to the mansion. If that's the case, where in the mansion did Tenmataro get it from? Did Prosecutor Blackwell figure out that the victim was the Amazing Ninetales? He did indeed. He's a sharp one, all right. He figured out while investigating the municipal merger and the victim's past. The Amazing Ninetales sparked the Yokai craze and worked against the merger. And Mayor Damien Tenma is the corrupt politician who murdered that great hero. Amazing Ninetales' fans are so angry they even try to storm the detention center.
I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite masked wrestling hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they heard out what happened.
Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the Amazing Ninetales?
A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He'd never unmask himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself.
He spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate. We gotta become fans ourselves and go protest in front of the prison. What? No. Did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinxie's father, but our client? By not blogging him, you are not sending a message to get entertaining him anyway. And then saying he is not getting the message is like, oh, what is it you want to happen? I disagree. I mean, ultimately, it's not really. I feel like it's not my fault if somebody's a freak, you know? I certainly understand I can prevent it, but I want to see what happened. I'm a little curious.
Oh yeah.
You be careful now. You're defending the most hated mayor in history. The most? I just hope you don't find yourself on the wrong end of a figure four leg lock. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any other new developments we should know? Now that you mention it, our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What did he say? That he didn't want to speak with us. Exact words were, I am under no obligation to speak with you mortals. And other things of that nature. I wonder what Mayor Tenma remembered. The background is good. Oh, you're right. I was like, it's like what? It does like blend in. He's like, and then at the end of his locks are just like two glowing orbs. He's undergoing his magical girl transformation. Too bad you can't go ask him now, because Prosecutor Blackwell's busy questioning it. I know, why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? Haha.
What now, Apollo?
How about regrouping back at the agents?
Good idea. We might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. Maybe I'll go read over some past cases? And I'll go do some research on exorcisms. Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out.
How should I put this? It's like we're at the edge of a cliff and the only way is down.
In other words, business as usual, right?
Yeah, I suppose so. Except this time, it's like we're bound and gagged, too.
Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Oh, and monsters at every turn, huh? Sounds rough.
Hey, Apollo. Oh, and Athena's here, too.
Mr. Right.
How goes the investigation, Apollo, Athena?
I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before.
Really? What happened? I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. With the spreader bars, too. Oh, Lord. That was one tough day in court, to say the least. I know. Never had to defend a yokai before. That business about the locked room was another major hurdle.
Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice.
But at least you figured out how someone could have escaped that locked room. Yeah, well, I just found out that her reasoning might be a tad flawed. Oh, really? Well, that's bad news.
How are we gonna get out of this one?
The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles.
Force a smile?
Yeah, my mentor taught me that back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck. Into the basics? That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Oh, Mia Fey. Basics. Always believe in your client, huh? So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? Oh, I met her during a trip to Europe. Huh? You were in Europe? Haven't I heard about this before? Yeah, I went there a few times to study the various legal systems over there. Oh, okay. Or wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law. I did, but an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so... Oh, I guess you were never very far from the courtroom.
It was like fate brought us together. It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all.
I knew she was lawyer material from the moment I met her. I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions.
Oh, it's nothing special.
Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers.
It's just, I thought if my special ability could help defend innocent people, and I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard.
I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer. And at the tender age of 18, no less. It's almost superhuman. Personal, like she's trying to help somebody she knows.
Alright, I'm totally pumped up after talking to Mr. Wright. It's like you said, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles.
And don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client. Right. Mr. Wright? Yes? I'm gonna visit our client again. I think that's a good idea. Alright. Time to see what's new down at the detention center.
Mayor Tenma, I wanted to talk to you about something.
Gashaw! Caw, 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 caw. So my minions have returned.
Apollo, he still thinks he's a yokai.
I wonder if we'll ever be able to talk to Mayor Tenma again. Silence, peddler of the legal trade. Free me from these imprisoning walls with great haste.
Wow, he's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. Starting to wonder if we should even be helping him win his freedom.
Still, we can't let Mayor Tenma stay possessed, you know what I mean? You can clear me of these charges, I shall help in whatever manner I may. Now ask me what you will. I suppose it's worth a shot. Were those feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime really your doing? Indeed, the remnants of Tenmataro, king of the underworld, they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand. Caw, 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 caw!
Prosecution claims the feathers and tracks were planted by Jinxie.
What's this? Must breach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once.
Huh? Mayor Tenma, is that you?
Grr. Well now, Damien appears to still reside within this body. But I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien.
Guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. You didn't kill Alderman QB, did you?
Killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstrued. The murderer is not I. For if I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed him.
Yikes.
So, leaving naught but ash.
Yikes. So you're saying there must have been someone else there? Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned that he'd been clubbed with the statue. Better ask about this, too. Detective Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me.
Indeed I have. I regurgitated this key but a short while ago. Behold, the key to the forbidden chamber.
Whoa. Regurgitation one of your demonic powers, too?
Ah, I do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer, Damien, whereupon he swallowed it. He sought to bar the killer entry to the forbidden chamber.
So he wanted to keep it shut tight?
But no fingerprint shall you find upon that key.
How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers, then?
Foolish mortal, you would have me, Tenmataro, act as some asinine alchemist. I but asked the jailer, and my will was done, quite eagerly, I must add. Caw, 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 caw.
Always an honor to serve, your malevolence. Guess I'm not the only one he scares the living daylights out of. Can we ask you how you use this key? We couldn't find a keyhole anywhere in or around the door.
First, that infernal. If I had known its manner of opening long, long ago, would I have made my return.
There's a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows something about how the whole thing works.
Wait, might I ask, is that...
Statue was found at the scene. Someone hit Mayor Tenma over the head with it. Been wrapped up in a large cloth before the alderman's murder.
Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing. Yes, something wrapped up in such a cloth does he recall. A secret gift from Alderman QB, it would seem. He, however, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth to seal it.
Maybe the cloth fell off or was removed after the mayor was struck?
That Damien does not know.
Secret gift. Interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it. Should question him about the blackmail letter, too. Let's see what he says when I show it to him.
The blackmail letter. Why, this is that accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien.
Apparently somebody slipped it into the alderman's pocket. I believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mayor Tenma's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?
Ha ha ha! You have questions, do you? Very well, ask away, mortal.
Blackmail letter. Who placed this in the alderman's pocket?
Very few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase.
So whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase,
is a potent suspect in its theft and placement in the alderman's pocket. Ah, could it have been his doing? Mr. Mayor, Mr. Taro, did you just remember something? Indeed I did. There was but one other who knew of that letter. Damien's aide, Florent Labelle. Full knowledge of that briefcase's contents did that aide possess. Then he may be the blackmailer and the murderer we're looking for. That is preposterous. He is a most trusted advisor. He would never betray Damien.
Seems like Mayor Tenma is a bit too trusting of those around him.
Still, this is huge. I only know who might have slipped that blackmail letter in the alderman's pocket. Look out, Florent Labelle. Here comes justice.
Let's go find Mr. Labelle and rake him over the coals.
Thanks for your help. You've just given us a major lead.
There's something that still bothers me. If Mr. Labelle is the killer, what could have motivated him to open the Forbidden Chamber?
We should probably search it for clues.
Only one problem. How do you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole?
Let's go talk to Jinxie. Maybe she can help. Stop squeezing that imaginary ball. Simon Blackwood. 28. Ooh. Perfect. Oh, this is helpful. I'm gonna need to use this when we start streams so that I can like refresh everybody. So Damien Tenma was the defendant. Victim is Rex QB. The Fox Chamber was locked shut at the time of the crime, and Tenma Taro was seen right after the murder. I feel like that's boiling the case down a little bit, but I guess it gives you a quick briefing. Hey, isn't that...
You dare imprison me? Jinxie? She's acting really strange. That loathsome, no-good, nine-tailed fox. He shall know the terror that is mine in despair. Grr, grr, you shall pay, oh, you shall pay dearly, all of you.
Jinxie, are you alright?
Oh, is that you, Mr. Demon Lawyer?
You always acted strange. She's a bit of an odd one. Morning, Jinxie.
Morning? Isn't it already past noon? And what am I doing here? Last I remember, I lay down to take a nap back at the manor.
Every time people say, I lay down, like, I know that that's proper speech, but it just doesn't sound right. People say lay as, like, as in past tense. I hate that. I hate English, dude. We should abolish English. Which, that would give me only, like, half of the language that I know. It's fine. Abolish English. Just abolish a whole language.
Oh no, must have been the Makura Geishi.
Makarageishi.
Ever wake after a restless night's sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place? Or that have you been sleeping on the floor in the hallway? Well, it's that Yokai's fault. A Makarageishi preys on people while they're asleep.
Sounds like you just need to be tucked in really tight, or maybe a snug sleeping bag.
Jinxie,
How come you don't have any charms on your forehead?
I don't? Oh, they must have fallen off. Without them, evil things can creep into me.
I'd say we had more than adequate demonstration of that just now.
I'd better reapply them. English can go.
Jinxie, there's something we wanted to ask you.
Oh, there was something I wanted to ask you too. I remember something else.
Did? What was it? Well, out with it. Jinxie, can you tell us what you remember?
Well, after the trial, I remembered lots of stuff. There was one thing I thought was really weird.
I'm almost afraid to ask, but here goes. Really? What?
It's about the yokai feathers.
Read more languages than sense and can speak fourish? Damn. I only know one. That is Spanish. I don't know it perfectly, but I know it enough to, like, read it.
It's about the yokai feathers and tracks. They weren't there when I first opened the door.
I do not use them. Yeah, I guess it's easier for those to fade when you don't put them into practice. Wait, what? You sure?
Uh-huh. My memory's crystal clear now.
So you're saying they left at the crime scene after you found it?
This could spell a major trouble, Apollo.
Why?
Because Jinxie's already accused of leaving the feathers and tracks at the scene. They weren't there when she discovered the crime scene. It will totally fuel the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Jinxie's fuzzy memory of the whole accident is really working against us. Prosecution will probably say she doesn't remember planning the evidence. Good luck rebutting that.
Oh man, it's no good. Sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. Har har har. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to know how to open the forbidden chamber, would you? That door doesn't even have a keyhole.
Well, it's supposed to have a secret mechanism. They say you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear.
Secret mechanism? Really?
Uh-huh. It's hidden in the Fox Chamber. But only Alderman QB knew what it was, and how it worked.
The Alderman of Ninetails Vale sure loved his secrets.
Apollo, let's go see if we can find that secret mechanism.
Whoa, slow down. There's something else I want to ask about. Jinxie, is there only one key to the Forbidden Chambers?
Uh-huh. Even the Manor's Master Key won't open it. That's because it's a very special room that must never be opened.
Guess that means nobody entered the Forbidden Chamber after the murder. After all, we know Mayor Tenma took the key from the killer and swallowed it, so...
So the mayor's efforts to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber
were not in vain. And the chamber key updated in the court record. Justice needs backup sometimes too. I don't mind you asking for help, but you should start by thinking things over yourself. For all, the road to justice starts with your own first step. Ha ha ha. You don't have any information to offer, you could just say so.
So the crime scene was locked tight at the time. Ah, this is a tough one.
The only people in that locked room were the deceased, the alderman, and the mayor.
Maybe the killer hid somewhere in that room.
Is there really anywhere to hide in the Fox chamber?
That was quite a day in court. The news just can't stop talking about how the demon Tenmataro made an appearance.
There's never an exorcist around when you need one.
Well, I heard the judge actually held an exorcism in his courtroom after that.
Let's hope it's the last we'll see of that pain in the neck yokai.
I don't know, I have a feeling Tenmataro could exorcise an exorcist.
An attorney defending a demon, I know exactly how that feels. Where? Okay. Sorry. Let's see. Joe blackmail letter to LaBelle. We can't find him. Joe Fox and Demon statue to Inks.
Alderman Cuby made that statue. It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be for Ninetails Vale in Tenma Town.
Token of goodwill, but the two yokai are fighting.
Fighting? Oh, I see what you mean. The cup portion is missing. Statue. Originally depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in celebration. But it sure doesn't look that way now, does it?
Maybe it broke when it used to hit Mayor Timba on the head?
That would explain it. It's the only two people who knew that it really looked like that were the alderman and I. Now it's just me. Its symbol of goodwill will be forever etched in my mind.
That's definitely gonna come into play. I have a feeling. It's gonna be like, oh, but everyone knows that the statue depicts this. It'll be like, how would you know that? There's no way you would know that because only this person and this person would know that. Therefore, you are lying, sir. So is there anything else we should know about Jinxie?
No, that's about it.
Uh-oh. My bracelet's... it's reacting. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to be... In justice we trust. Yikes.
A ghost!
Yar! Detective Fulbright, what are you doing here? I have business with this young lady, if you must know. Prosecutor Blackwell has asked me to question her.
Question me? Sorry, not interested. You're creepy.
Are you here to ask about the whole yokai affair? That's right, specifically we want to ask. But I can't tell you that now, can I?
Oh, come on, please. We're partners in justice, right?
No, Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me my questions were of the utmost justice. I will not fall for your lies. In justice we trust. Twisted Samurai sure has him on a short leash.
So you're not a ghost? He's some sort of urban troll, then?
Now come along, Miss Tenma. To the station with you. Okay, I feel a steady stream coming. So I am going to use the bathroom real quick. you're feeling the stream, it's kind of too late. Like if you're feeling the stream and you haven't doused your surroundings, it's got that Hot Wheel, that roller coaster holster, that ride. What? I'm simply stating that I have I am I felt I needed to pee. I felt the need to pee. I got a little Pop Tart, so I'm feeling a little punchy. Final Pop Tart before groceries. Gotta make it last. I feel a little hungry. Baby hungry. Interesting plot so far. I like the dynamic of like them shifting off between lawyers, I guess. You know I'm a big fan of Blackwell. Are you one of those unfrosted heathens? Absolutely not. There are people that prefer the unfrosted. That is absolutely unhinged. I mean, listen. Now, if you put a Pop Tart in front of me and it was unfrosted, I'm not gonna say no to it. You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna not eat it. But if you gave me the decision between unfrosted and frosted, yeah, I'm picking frosted. What do you mean? They need to be put into. Let me not say that, but they need to be talked to. I really like no, I think the frosting is part of the experience. There's already so much breading, you know what I mean? The frosting is like the best part, in my opinion. My favorite has to be like out of like the originals, my favorite has to be the cookies and cream. I'm a big fan of that one. Grape? I feel like I've had grape before, but I don't remember what I feel about it. It looks fun. I really like, I don't know if they still do it because I've been having to resort to like the off-brand kinds. But when I do happen to buy like the name brand Pop Tarts, um, I really like there's like an Eggo flavor, like the waffles. Those are good. Don't really taste like waffles, but they're good. You really can't go wrong with Pop Tarts. Like they really are like the struggle food. All off brand is better except for Cheeto Puffs. I've heard that. I've heard people hate off brand Cheeto Puffs. Yeah, my experience is usually it's about the same for me. For some reason it's never right, too hard or too salty. One of these days I want to do like a Pop-Tart taste test. It's like try all flavors. I think that'd be fun. I love popcorn. Being broke, they have really come in handy for me. It's so easy. That and bagels. Bagels are also really good. They're easy. Put them in the toaster. Get a little cream cheese, a little schmear. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. I love a good everything bagel, a good cinnamon raisin bagel. I know the girlies hate raisins, but listen, I love it. I love it. Delicious. Um, Usually I'll go for regular cream cheese, but if I'm feeling freaky, I'll go with a little strawberry cream cheese. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. If it's like a sweet, if it's a cinnamon raisin, I go for the strawberry because it's just better. I mean, I don't mind. Though I opened a bag of Cheetos yesterday and they were stale. In my life, get you a refund. I don't play around with that. I'm too broke. Um, I gotta say another big thing when we're talking about like off-brand stuff. It is insane how much they charge for ice cream. Because it's the way that I get a tub of ice cream for 250 at my local Kroger. Um, the two big ones we got are Kroger and Publix. There's also Walmart, but Walmart's too stressful to me. There's too much going on in there, and every time I go into Walmart, somebody's trying to sell me shit. I don't like that. That should not be allowed. Every time somebody's trying to sell me a phone plan or some shit, I'm like, I'm sorry, I have $5 to my name. Do not speak to me or my son ever again. Or like some warranty on a TV. It's like, check my credit score. I assure you, you will not be wanting to ask me anymore. I'm eating the cherry Pop Tart. I gotta be honest, I'm not a fan. I got like the trio pack. It's like two of each of the, I guess four. The blueberry, strawberry, cherry. I'm not a big fan of the cherry. I'm not a big fan of the fruity ones anyway. That's fair. I guess there is something missing. Like the cheap ice cream. I can definitely tell. But you know what? I'm fine with cheap sweets. You know what I mean? I can live off of that. I mean, I love a nice like bougie sweet, but I am totally fine. You know me. I love sweets. So any way I can get it, I'll take it. Big fan of those sugary delights. Is it bad for me? Absolutely. Gummies are goaded. You have good taste, my friend. Those little gelatinous morsels. Especially the ones that you get like at the end of the cash registers. Oh, so good. The little airhead stripes, the little rainbow bitches, delicious. Watermelon, um, the watermelon, Sour Patch Kids, delicious. Romantic and codependent relationship with waffles. You have a waffle maker because that changed my life. A waffle maker with like a big box of like waffle. I have two. Let's go. I changed my life. If I have more time, I'm you know I'll make a nice waffle, but usually don't have time. Because usually I wake up right when I start work. Um, I've kind of been off as I love cereal, but the thing is, like, it's so bad for you. And even like, I know I'm not a big stickler for like eating healthy, but like, even that is like, that's too much. Or I can't do all that. I love it, but but I'll eat a bowl and I'll be like, oh, so good. Let me have more. Then I'll eat another bowl and I'll be like, oh, that was so good. I need more. Then I'll eat like half the box. It's ridiculous. One cereal I like got discontinued. What was that? Frosted Cheerios. They discontinued Frosted Cheerios. What the fuck? They discontinued Frosted Cheerios. Vanilla Bunches of Oats. Ooh, yeah. People always shit on like the like adult cereal. I disagree. I feel like the adult cereal is great. Probably not good for you, but there used to be this cereal that I would eat all the time. It was just called O's. I think it was basically just like chunkier Cheerios, but it had like nuts and grains in them, and it was so good. Oh, so delicious. I'll fuck up a Frosted Flake. Frosted Flakes are okay. They're not my favorite, but I'll take them. You know, if somebody gives me Frosted Flakes, I will eat them. I'm okay with most cereals, you know, aside from grape nuts. I will turn down a grape nut. Shouldn't even be called a cereal. Such a disrespect. Oh, I've had those. Those are good. Had those. I think I had those last year for B Day. They're quite good. Any cereal that changes the flavor of the milk, you know is gonna be good and terrible for you. I have milk issues. Like you can't drink it.
It's my chance to see what she was flying. Well, at least we found out there's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber. Think about milk anywhere not in a fridge make me ill. Milk anywhere not in a fridge? Where else would it be? Unless it's like condensed milk. You mean just like the idea of like eating it outside, like a jug in a back alley? What is this, the 1700s? That umbrella, it's an iconic one. Is it really? What is it from? What is the reference? I think it's like a I think it's like a it might be like a spiritual thing. It's a yokai? Oh. I just hope they let us in now. Umbrella demon. Asa Obake. This man change his hair color? Oh, what an absolutely fabulous scent. I'm so glad I have these carnations imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman. Hey, it's Mr. LaBelle. Oh, let's ask him about you-know-what. Oh yeah, before we search the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmailer. Why did bro just get a brand new and die? I told my mother this and she said it could be worse. It could be a milk clown. What? Oh, did you have a Freudian slip? Why, if it isn't if the mayor's little lawyers, what do you want with me? Oh, there's something we wanted to ask. Where's that ringing coming from? You'll have to excuse me. What the fuck? Hello, LaBelle here. What the? Those things on his shoulders are cell phones? Yes, about that. You must forgive me. I think a milk clown shows up in the later game. There is a clown. The next game has clown girl in it that everybody's obsessed with. This whole matter with the Mayor Tenma has been a complete nightmare. Which I wouldn't look it up because you'll probably get spoiled, just for the record. So I remember, I'm pretty sure that spoiled me. So now I have to keep my milk that I barely drink in a mini fridge in my basement with locks and chains around it so the milk clown demon can't get out and murder me. Holy shit. Yeah, the Clussy. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I kind of have a similar story. I mean, not really, but I remember my stepmom once told me, she gave a very like a very, I was eating cereal and she told me like, don't eat it so fast or else, and then she began to give the most like in-depth description of somebody like sputtering milk out of their nose or something. And so now whenever I eat cereal, I always think of that description. Where do you buy clothes like that? Yeah. Surprised? This is my own special design. It's the ultimate in functional beauty. Functional beauty? Are you sure about that?
Looks a bit unwieldy to me. Ah! Yeah. You simply don't have an eye for beauty. Having an eye for beauty means looking like this guy. I'd rather be blind. Don't eat your cereal too fast or the fucking goblins will get you. Maybe I'll speed up a little bit then. So what do you want with me? Both Jinxie and Mr. Filch said they saw Tenmataro. What about you, Mr. LaBelle? You were in the foyer. Why didn't you see... Ah! Very well, I admit it. That's right, I, Florent LaBelle, saw the demon Tenmataro. It drinks orange soda after 6 p.m. or I get sick? Damn. Anyway, I gotta go to bed. Good night. This guy's definitely homosexual, by the way. Perhaps. Good night, Jordan. No, I think he's straight. That's right, I, Florent LaBelle, saw the demon Tenmataro. So he did see something. Why did you lie about not seeing him? I was simply trying to protect dear little Jinxie. Like Jinxie? What do you mean? You know those cream saber cream saber? Cream saber? Maybe? Why, don't tell me you haven't heard of that strange little habit of hers. Which one are you talking about? The one where she wanders around making mischief without knowing what she's doing. Rumor has it she's possessed by Tenmataro. That one's new to me. Well, there you have it. Anytime you hear about a Tenmataro sighting, little Jinxie should be your prime suspect. Tell us more about that rumor. So, what was the rumor about Jinxie? Say she's possessed, not all the time, of course. It hits suddenly, and then she starts wandering around doing strange things. Is that so? Oh, come to think of it.
That loathsome, no-good, nine-tailed fox. He shall know the terror that is mine in despair.
As I was like 4, every time I have put one in my mouth, I've choked every single time. Oh my god. That certainly would explain how she was acting earlier. Once she even put on a Tenmataro costume and wandered around the woods at night. She did? Right? Ugh, I wish I never asked. Does she remember anything while she's possessed? Unfortunately, no. She doesn't seem to remember a thing during these episodes. Please give me some flour and some seasoning. Memory lost during possession. Come to think of it, her memory of the murder scene was quite fuzzy. I suppose that, too, was caused by her possession. Ah, then maybe... So you do understand. That whole yokai business was definitely of her own making. Oh, wait a minute. Although, that yokai evidence wasn't there until after she discovered the crime scene. She did leave those black feathers and strange tracks there herself, did she?
Apollo, let's ask Mayor Tenma about Jinxie's episodes the next time we see him.
Anything else I need to do with this buffoon? Blackmail. What is that? It's the blackmail letter, but it wasn't sent to Alderman QB. It's sent to Mayor Tenma. And? Your point being? Someone took the letter from the mayor's briefcase, then placed it in the alderman's pocket after he was murdered. Oh, you don't say. You wouldn't happen to be the one who made the switch, would you? After all, you're the only one who knew the blackmail letter was in his briefcase. So naturally you... Perhaps that shot of cologne will make those scales fall from your eye. Or my eyes fall from their sockets. Is it possible that you would like to frame me as a potential suspect? What would make you raise such an outrageous allegation in the first place? I don't understand why he dyed his hair. I'm sure that's gonna come into play at some point. Oh, well, yeah, my only crime is being born as beautiful as you see here. In other words, you have nothing. Now let me show you what to do with this garbage. Yeah, you can't destroy evidence like that. What do you mean I can't? I don't understand why he. I just did. I feel a little lighter now. I gotta say, the whole like mystery of this trial is kind of like beyond me. Like, considering that we already kind of know who did it, unless they're gonna pull like the wool over our eyes and be like, oh, guess what? It actually wasn't him. Ha ha ha. It was all a farce. It's like, what? What exactly is going on? What do you mean I can't? It's so beyond me that it's not intriguing because it's too far removed. I just did. Feel a little lighter now. Just want a one-way trip to the top of my most annoying people ever list, buddy. Are we done with your silly questions now? A very busy man, you know. I guess that's it for now. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Really? You wish to carry my new product at your store? Oh, but I'm afraid it's my own private brand. It's not available to the public. What? Then I shouldn't advertise it on TV, but I don't understand. I did lose the plow and Blackwell appeared, yeah. As the embodiment of beauty, it is my duty to announce my good looks to the world. Stop the bus, I'm getting off. Everyone wants my exclusive Jesus Lebel brand products. It's the crown jewel of my collection, born of my long, relentless pursuit of beauty. You need truck. But now that it's become so popular, it's been an absolute nightmare. You don't say. Well, they can't have it. It's just for me. It's not meant for you peasants. Peasants? It's my latest product. I'm calling it Kalul Milibil. A dazzling hair color that can wash out with just water. Guess that means you can't sweat. I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads. Yet it's not available to the public? Great sales strategy there, genius. Come to think of it, Mr. LaBelle, your hair color has changed since the last time we met. The little lady has quite the discerning eye. Here's a little sample. Consider it as a gift for one who truly appreciates beauty. Oh, Apollo, what should I do? Better take it before you get a face full of cologne. Good point. Wow. Thanks, Mr. LaBelle. Lebel added to the court record. Okay, let's head over to the Fox Chamber. Still gotta find the secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. Oops. Okay, let's find that secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber.
Oh, this is so exciting. I can't wait to see how it works. But do you really think the killer entered the Forbidden Chamber?
Just have to open it to find out.
We should also see if there was anywhere the killer could have hidden this room. Okay, let's get started. Apurate, Apollo, apurate.
Sure thing. I don't think we'll find anything else on this chair.
Maybe the killer hid under this table?
That would be a terrible hiding place. The Elderman's body would have been right above.
Maybe you're right. Guess the underside is a bit... Wait, something under the table.
Check it out. Ooh. Hey, look, there's something down here. Oh, it's like a piece of something. And the question is, a piece of what? Oh, I know. Be a piece of this statue. Remember what Jinxie said? The statue originally depicted two yokai holding up a cup, a symbol of goodwill. So this piece broke off and rolled under the table?
This piece broke off and rolled under the table?
Curiouser and curiouser. There's a carving of the nine-tailed fox over the door, statues of him on either side. The way those two statues are glaring, it's like they're guarding the door from us. Come to think of it, there are two foxes on the folding screen as well. Can't be a coincidence, can it?
Hey, this statue moves.
Get carried away now. I mean, who knows? Might trigger a trap.
I can handle it. If a spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid.
I guess if you can catch something that fast out of midair, you can accomplish anything. Still, there might be something to the fact that these fox statues rotate. Maybe there's something around here that shows the position they should be in? No idea. Still no keyhole, huh?
Yeah, and the door won't budge, just like those spiky bangs of yours.
Well, all it takes is some water, but I don't think that would work on the door.
Oh, I know. I'll break it down with a body slam.
I seriously doubt you can do that.
Tisk, how do you know if I haven't even tried?
No, wait, don't. Yeah, much as you hate losing, Athena, I think the door would win this match. I remember this mystery novel I once read. Murder occurred in a locked room, and the perpetrator made sure to hide behind the room's door when it opened. Then, when no one was looking, he made his escape. A clever trick, but it would have been impossible in this case. See this broken Tanuki statue here? The door must have banged into it when it opened. Oh, I get it. The killer could have been there because of the statue. Two foxes stand back to back, are depicted on this elegant folding screen. This have been something to do with the keyhole? Wait a minute. 2 foxes. There are 2 fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber as well. Maybe the keyhole will appear if we do something to this folding screen? But I don't see anything unusual about it. Well, it does have 2 foxes on it, and there are 2 fox statues in front of the door. Then maybe there's a clue somewhere in this room? Let's turn the whole place upside down. He's as excited as a kid in a candy store. Well, I can't think of anywhere else to look. You find anything, Apollo? Never find this keyhole for the Forbidden Chamber at this rate. Something about that folding screen. You know how those fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber move? That screen might be a clue to how we're supposed to position them or something. Hey, I bet you're right. Let's go over to that screen with a fine-tooth comb. Come back to it. Let's take a look behind this door, too. Oh look, the doorknob banged into the wall. It had a big dent, too. That wouldn't have happened if the killer had been hiding there. Right. I guess that rules out the old hide behind the door trick. There's no escaping here through the air duct. And here we went through all the trouble of bringing a ladder to check it out. That's not a ladder, Apollo, it's a step ladder. What's the difference? They both have the word ladder in them. What's the difference? Oh, I know. Let's play rock, paper, scissors to decide who's right. You're way too competitive. It's not even related to the original issue anyway. There's always a step ladder reference. There's a cliff outside this window. Makes it pretty impossible to get out this way. When I hear things like that, it just makes me want to try. Or say never, right? I bet I could get out this way. No, wait. Do you have a death wish or something? Tisk. It won't even open wide enough for me to squeeze through. Guess I lost that bet. That loss just saved your life. The statue originally depicted the 2 yokai holding up a cup in a gesture of goodwill. Maybe Alderman QB was planning on smoothing things over with Mayor Tenma, but he was murdered instead by somebody who intervened. The mayor was only pursuing the municipal merger because he'd been blackmailed. Who knows, if this murder hadn't occurred, maybe they could have come up with a solution. But now he's been moited. Closer inspection. I think there's more to this screen than meets the eye. Check every last inch of it. Rotate the folding screen with... Spot anything of interest, I can press A to inspect it further. Also zoom in and out with X and V to get a closer look. Now let's check every last inch of it. Okay. It looks like the picture here has been cut off. It doesn't it look like the picture here has been cut off on both ends? Now that you mention it. Looks like there are supposed to be doors on both ends, but they're cut in half. Do the doors symbolize the Forbidden Chamber's door? Yeah, it definitely feels like something significant, but the question is what? Oh. What's this? Is there a keyhole or something? You need to be the keyhole for the forbidden chamber? No, it's just a picture.
Still, you know what they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words.
Thanks. It's a picture of a key. Shape looks awfully familiar. Oh, I know. Shaped like the Forbidden Chamber's key. Wait. What about that keyhole drawn on the center of the screen? Do you think the two are related?
A key and a keyhole? Ooh, I just got an idea. We folded the screen up just right. The key and keyhole should overlap.
Hey, I think you're right. Give it a try. Oh. Look, a door.
Yeah, it's open too.
Two foxes are now facing each other, so... Hey, what if we made those fox statues face each other?
Apollo, let's go check out those statues.
Okay, help me move those two statues so they face each other, just like on the screen. Well, there would be the keyhole. Look! A lock appeared. Now we can use that key. Okay, here goes nothing.
It worked. Time to see why this chamber is so forbidden.
What secrets could it hold, I wonder? These doors need some serious oil.
Yeah, that was like nails on a chalkboard.
Alright, forgot about those super good ears of yours. Uh-oh. Look, more feathers. Whoa. Why is the mic not... There you go. What the heck is that? Is that a Tenmataro statue? But there's something odd about it.
Ugh. All I know is I don't like it, but I can't explain why.
You okay, Athena? You look kind of pale. You're not scared, are you?
What of this thing? Don't make me laugh.
Really? Hey, look.
What?
Over there on the left, there's a bunch of staves on the rack. One is missing. They kind of look like the staff we saw earlier.
You mean the one Jinxie said she saw Tenma Taro carrying?
Yeah, I bet our Tenmataro impersonator really did come in here at some point.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's search the place.
Let us indeed. What's this? Whatever it is, the packaging is really gaudy. The fact that there's no dust on it means it hasn't been here for very long.
Oh, it's hand cream.
Let's see what brand it is. Je suis le bel?
Bell.
What the? But then, wouldn't that mean Mr. LaBelle was here?
I guess so, but why?
Well, whoever was dressed up like Tenmataro must have taken a staff from here in the Forbidden Chamber. And that same person probably dropped his hand cream at the same time.
In other words, Tenmotaro impersonator we're looking for is none other than
Laurent LaBelle. Shocker. I don't understand why they did that at the beginning. Like it completely. There's got to be more to it. I mean, I'm guessing because there's no way that they would just like straight up be like, guess what? This is the murderer. See, he did it. Like, even if you were just to suspend disbelief, it's like, I ain't doing that. Kind of hard to after you'd show me the guy who did the murder. I'll let him cook.
This might be a big break for us in court tomorrow. Now all we gotta do is get the truth out of Mayor Tenma.
Hand cream added to the court record. Black feathers. They look exactly like the ones in the fox chamber.
That means the killer must have been here at some point. Question is, why?
Maybe the Tenma Taro costume was hidden in here. I mean, someone carried it through the manor. It would have stuck out like a sore thumb.
But when did the killer get in here? The mayor snatched the forbidden chamber key when the killer hit him on the head. That means the killer could have only gotten here before the murder.
Wow, this is one tough riddle, alright. Hey, there's a bunch of staves here. Looks like one's missing. Tenma Taro Jinxie saw must have taken it.
I'd have to agree. These look like the ones Detective Fulbright showed us.
Why do you think there are so many here?
Maybe they're spares? Yamataro might be, absent-minded or something. But the fact that he has spare staves handy, well, shows that he's aware of his faults and is trying to deal with them. Or at least that's my take on it.
Maybe this will remind her to deal with her own faults. But I won't hold my breath. Probably wise. Stone lantern.
Like those Japanese garden lamps? Where's the switch?
Lamps like these are lit by fire, not electricity, so there is no switch.
Oh, here it is. What? It's hidden out of sight.
I see Tenma Taro's cell has been outfitted with all the amenities a yokai could want. Oh, that's one big statue. It must be something like 15 feet tall. Look, this Tenma Taro has a staff. But the Tenma Taro in the scroll didn't have one.
I wonder why.
I feel like this could be significant, but why? Take a closer look. First, to go around this table here.
Ah! Paul, are you sure that's a good idea?
Hey, it looks like there's some sort of compartment in the base of the statue.
Don't open it. Who knows what might be in there?
It's just a big empty compartment. From all the dust and cobwebs. I'd say it hasn't been opened in a really long time.
It's enough, Apollo. Let's shut it and...
Wait, there is something in here. It's like some sort of figure, but it's so dusty I can't tell what it's supposed to be. I don't know what it's doing here. Oh, is that another vent? But look, there's an air vent here too. I guess even forbidden chambers need proper ventilation. I don't think anyone could reach this one either. Yeah, there's nothing to stand on.
There's nothing to stand on around here. I wonder where this vent leads.
Well, the Fox Chambers vent didn't branch this way, so...
Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with this case after all.
I don't know about that, but okay. Looks like a gravestone or something.
It reads, "Here lies Tenma Taro, age 80. Cause of death, choked on a chicken bone."
Say it ain't so. Besides, that sounds more like an autopsy report than an epitaph, if you ask me. Wait, you're joking around because you're scared. It's your coping mechanism.
I'm not scared. Freak out Central, right here, baby. Cut it out, widget.
Denial is strong in this one. It's like an old scroll, and there's something drawn on it. Unless I'm mistaken, it looks like an old guy. Some sort of monk, maybe?
A monk? What are you talking about?
You know, people that take walks in the mountains as a form of spiritual healing? One sec. Okay. Wouldn't that just be a hiker? The guy in this picture doesn't look like he's doing this for fun, Athena. Oh, look. There's some yellow things strapped to his back. Whoa, it's turning into Tenmataro. What's this scroll again? Is this how Tenmataro was born? Well, whatever it is, it's definitely creepy. Guess that about wraps it up. What now? We should probably talk to some of the witnesses again. You like Mr. Filch and Jinxie? Yeah, I really want to ask Mr. Filch about the village superstitions in Tenmataro. Okay, just checking. April 18th, QB Manor. Oh yeah. It's the curse. The curse. The curse of the Tenmataro. Yeah. Every time he does that, I think he's about to like bust out some crazy ass dance. You outsiders are ignoring them superstitions at our peril. Mind your business, will ya? He looks like he's about to like. He's about to like. I don't even know. I don't know what dance that would be, but it just looks like he's about to bust one out. Youch. What's all this about a curse? Wouldn't surprise me with this game, true. Timataro's gonna curse us all unless you stop sticking your nose where it don't belong. Stop the investigation. Listen to what them superstitions say. Right. How about obeying the law before you go obeying the superstitions? Oh. Hey, what are you doing with Widget around your neck? He's mine. Oh, I was wondering what that was. You know better than to go around stealing other people's stuff like that. Same goes for my bracelet. Same goes for my bracelet. Sorry. I promise I won't do it again. Tisk. Almost kidnapped my sweet little Widget. The big jerk. I'm sorry. I guess you can't teach an old raccoon dog new tricks. As long as we have him here, I guess we should ask him about what happened. I can't believe you did that. It's one thing to steal a pair of shoes, but to steal Widget? Grr. Yipes! Mercy, mercy. I can't seem to control myself. It's that thieving blood running in my veins. Thieving blood? What's that supposed to mean? Glad you asked. The infamous bandit Azuki Kozo was my grandpappy. Take a gander at this. What exactly am I looking at? Looks like another one of those yokai to me. That's none other than the Azuki Kozo. Proud from the rich to give to the poor, he did. And he'd leave one of those figures at the scene of the crime. What's more, I'm his grandson, 'cause he was my grandpappy. Wow, you don't say. Thieves' honor, it's the honest truth. It's getting dark around here. The sloshing sound of Azuki beans scrapping together in the dead of night. Please never say sloshing. Sloshing! It's the magical sound of dirty money getting washed clean for given out to the poor. I'm Mizuki Kozo, washer of money, giver outer of wealth, reborn.
Forget the money. You should be watching yourself with this nasty habit.
Wait a second, this figure looks familiar. Yes, it looks just like that old dusty figure we found in the Forbidden Chamber. Yeah, my bro looks... Yeesh. Hey, what are you doing with that there figure? Oh, this? We found it in the Forbidden Chamber. Looks like it'd been there practically forever. Could mean my grandpappy broke into the Forbidden Chamber way back. Hey, that reminds me. He once told me there's treasure in that there chamber. Treasure? What do you know about the treasure in the Forbidden Chamber? Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. There's something amazing in there? Didn't see anything like that, though. Your grandfather didn't by chance already steal it, did he? And how there was one of his figures in there. That just might be. That's Grandpappy for you. Bet he washed that treasure up real good before handing it out to the poor. Oh, of course, because he was so righteous. It's righteous. In court, you mentioned seeing Temataro near the scene of the crime. Sure, I didn't come clean right away, but them superstitions got the better of me. People at Nine Tails sure seem like a superstitious bunch. I'm not surprised you wouldn't want to talk about seeing Temataro. Darn right, them superstitions scare me out of my wits, I tell you. That's why I'm gonna do exactly what they say from now on. So you plan on staying here in Nine Tails Vale? Yep. I'm gonna keep living right here and keep with the old ways, just like Grandpapa did. Them superstitions are like a rule book to me. Wait, so you're saying you actually believe in those old wives' tales? Ain't you been listening to a word I said? You're going to do exactly what them superstitions say? Well, I say that's baloney. Doesn't it say if you reveal yourself, you gotta leave? Take that! It's clearly written here, ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it, your immediate departure from the village. So according to this, you shouldn't even be here, let alone talking with us. You said you plan on staying right here in Nine Tails Vale. If you really believed in superstitions, you would have been long gone by now. Well, I know you've been lying to me. Time to come clean, Mr. Filch. Yipes. You were lying about believing in the superstitions, weren't you? Sorry, but I didn't have no choice. So what was the real reason why you couldn't talk about seeing Timataro? It's all that pretty boy's fault, Mr. LaBelle, if you know what I mean. God, those luscious lips. He told me not to say a word about seeing Timataro. That if I did, he'd do to me what them superstitions said would happen. Was Mr. LaBelle who muzzled you? Why would Mr. LaBelle want to scare you into silence? Mr. LaBelle was trying to protect that little maid gal. It was on an account of a rumor. The one about her being possessed. A rumor again.
I guess we really do have to talk to Mayor Tenma about the possession rumor.
Thank you. Watch it. Village superstitions stolen by Phineas Filch. I'll be taking this back now. Kinda like family to me. You could have just asked instead of stealing it. Is that all we wanted to ask Mr. Filch? Yeah, I think that was it. Let's go see Mr. Tenmataro one more time. I was thinking about dealing with that yokai again. Makes me want to say pass. Okay, bye. Lord Tenma, your attorneys are here to see you, your malevolent. Lord Tenma, your attorneys are here to see you, your malevolence. Why are you speaking like that? Oh, Mayor Tenma, you've returned. Yes, well, Jinxie came by earlier to apply a new charm to my head. Seems to be suppressing the demon within me. That's a relief. Maybe we'll actually get somewhere this time. So what can I do for you today? I'd like to ask about the rumor that Jinxie is possessed. She allegedly left the yokai evidence at the scene while under a demon's power. At least, that's what the prosecution is going to claim at tomorrow's trial. Huh? No match is this warding charm for me. And Mataro's back. Those foolish mortals, they shall regret blaming that child for my doings. I blew it. That question brought the yokai back. Probably won't drop the act until Jinxie's name is cleared either. I'd like to ask you about something your aide Florent LaBelle mentioned. Do you know Jinxie is rumored to be possessed? I know not of what you speak. Not trying to protect Jinxie, are you? I, Tenmataro, demon lord of the yokai, protect a mere mortal? Caw. No affections do I possess for your race of humans. Please, we already proved there was a third party disguised as a yokai at the scene. You deny that tomorrow, we'll never be able to clear Mayor Tenma's name. But I have already told you, I know not of what you speak. I don't think we'll get anything more out of him. All over, unless we can somehow prove that Jinxie didn't plant that yokai evidence. Hey, Apollo? I think I've got this one. I think I can prove that she didn't do it. Wait. Sure. I should be able to use psychology to explain that whole possession thing. Knock yourself out, then. Wow, Athena's really something. Really count on her when it counts. Mayor Tenma, Jinxie isn't possessed. I believe her so-called possession episodes are a form of somnambulism. Somnambulism? You mean sleepwalking? Yes, I believe she is exhibiting a rare form of this disorder. It's usually brought on by repressed stress. Mr. Mayor, didn't her symptoms start soon after she began her job at Ninetails Vale? That child visited last. She did speak of dreading yokai. Now they rob her of sleep each night. I knew it. That lack of sleep is causing her to enter an unconscious state. And that means she can't be trying to protect you. At least, not on a conscious level. So then, the Temotaro that was spotted at the manor wasn't Jinxie. Sleepwalking, eh? That would indeed explain the matter. Look, Temotaro's spirit. Left the mayor's body. You still tell us the truth now, Mayor Tenma? Very well. It's the least I could do for a superb exorcist such as you. Mayor Tenma, you didn't leave those feathers and tracks on the scene, did you? I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that. That was the killer's doing, no doubt. Knew it. Suspect Florent is behind all this? But why? Did he really want Ninetales Vale that badly? Can you think of any reason why? Looking back, he did seem fixated on Tenma Taro for a spell. Ah, could it be? Perhaps he was attempting to release Tenma Taro. That's crazy. You saying that yokai is real? Whatever the case, Tenma Taro brings nothing but pain and misfortune. Says the superstition is warned, you must not gaze upon him nor free him from his prison. But how can people actually believe that? Well, at least we know who's behind this whole Tenma Taro thing now. Yeah, and I think we need to have another nice long chat with Mr. LaBelle. Your dinner is ready, your malevolence. An offering to the Demon King. You may place it right there. The kitchen crew poured their heart and soul into making it. Did they now? Souls happen to be a favorite of mine. Just hold the hearts next time. Caw, 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 caw. Yes, your malevolence. I'll remember that. How long is he planning to keep up this yokai charade? Well, we've already talked to Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma, so why don't we go see Florent LaBelle next? Now that we know the truth, we won't be able to claim that the Tenma Taro was Jinxie or the mayor anymore. But the real question is, how are we going to get him to admit it was him? Does his hair... Did he change his hair again? Is it purple now, or was it purple before? I can't even tell anymore. Okay, now let's practice that again, Filchy. From the top. Mr. LaBelle was in the foyer at the time of the crime. And when we, heard a scream, oh heck, what was the next part again? You have the memory capacity of a flea. This is the 13th time, you know. Now 100 times more and we're done. What on earth are they practicing? Oh, I ain't cut out for this. Whoopsie daisy. Oh. Oh, begging your pardon, Mr. LaBelle, sir. It's just, well, it's practice. Yipes. Unbelievable. What if you had sullied my outfit with those grubby paws of yours? Did Filch LaBelle's wallet just now? So, what do you think they're up to this time, Apollo? Oh, it's you two. Eavesdropping, are we? You peasants are so tacky. Well, what do you want with me? Your confession to being the Tenma Taro imposter would be nice right about now. Mr. Filch filled me in on a conversation you two had, and about how you told him not to say a word about seeing Tenma Taro. Filchy, you fool! Yipes! I told you nothing good would come of you running your mouth. So why did you want to keep Mr. Filch quiet like that, Mr. LaBelle? Why, to protect darling Jinxie, of course. Jinxie was never really possessed. She was sleepwalking. Being asleep all that time, she could have been consciously trying to protect the mayor. Couldn't have been. That also means she couldn't have possibly been Tenma Taro. Interesting, but where are you going with this? Where are you going with this? As you ask so politely, I believe you have a different reason for trying to keep Mr. Filch quiet. That reason would be to deflect doubt away from the one who was really Tenma Taro. Now this is getting interesting. Are you insinuating that I'm Tenma Taro? so sorry to disappoint, but I'm nothing of the sort. That's right, Mr. LaBelle even told— whoa. He just, like— Did he just, like, load up? Mr. LaBelle even told me Tim Matara was a jinx. So why would he? Youch. I said Tenma was jinxy, you fool. Honestly, you have the memory capacity of a flea. Practice it 100 more times. Yipes. So, have you been called to testify tomorrow? Yes, and I am so looking forward to my courtroom debut. But you'll have to wait until then. Oh, I'll be waiting. A special piece of evidence I've been saving just for you. Filchi, wake up, you lazy bones. Huh? What? Was I sleeping? Must have been that sweet cologne of yours, Mr. LaBelle. Made me right sleepy, it did. Well, it's time for your lesson on what to do and say tomorrow. Oh, I'm begging you, not another lesson. I ain't cut out for this thinking and remembering stuff. Yarr. Right up on the schnozola. Keep quiet and do exactly as I say. No. Please, anything but another lesson. There they go. It's our chance to get the truth out of him. Yeah, but we'll get the proof we need in court tomorrow, one way or another. All that's left now is that lie Jinxie told. Better go clear that up before tomorrow. You think they're done questioning Jinxie? Maybe. Go see if she's over on Yokai Lane shopping for some more charms. Accursed nine-tailed fox. The time for settling. Oof. Just gonna wait until she finishes. The score is nigh. My grudge has been festered over time. This vengeance will be mine. Grr. Grr. Must be possessed, or sleepwalking again. You want to suck. Some nasal. I don't know. The only thing is this adhesive is terrible. It doesn't even work. The ass. It doesn't work. Just stick. Stay on my nose, you. Completely useless. If I like place it on the sides of my just like it too. It doesn't even stick on my nose. Dude. It's so useless. There's this like plastic thing which I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to remove. I'm pretty sure that's what helps you breathe. This is my nose too clean. I don't know. It's a little better. It was a scam though. Not a scam, but it just like doesn't work. It's a scam. Shit doesn't stick, dude. Stick my goddamn nose. Okay, like another one? This one's losing its stickiness. Let me grab it. So annoying how oily my nose gets. Holy shit, it's 17 degrees. That's like it's gotten colder. I'll like take a shower in my face and everything, and literally within like an hour, my nose will still be drenched in. So annoying. I gotta take decent care of my skin, but crazy. Let's try this again. Fresh one. Sticky. The backing awful. So you know that's a good sign. Oh, I see. I see what it's supposed to. So using this like sticky, this like plastic. Oh, I see. So I think it's supposed to use the like plastic bit. I thought it was something that like to your skin or something. That makes sense. I can just like forces your nostrils open. Just hope it stays. I already feel like it's every time I do stream this, I've always feel my getting really stuffy. So I always just like try to do so many digest it, but nothing really tends to work. So doing this will help a little. Let's go ahead and finish this chapter. I'm not gonna be, but finish the chapter. Yeah, maybe if I speak softly, I will startle her. Charm plastered on my forehead. Jinxie? Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer. Oh, my charms must have fallen off again. Guess I can charm slot $20. Steal. They done questioning you, Jinxie? Uh-huh. And on the way back, I stopped here to buy a new charm that was just released. Which one? Oh, the one with the nine-tailed fox and Tenmataro. Shows them dancing together. Really? Two bitter rivals dancing together? Uh-huh. It's a charm for rebuilding burnt bridges. Oh, right, for the simple merger issue. No, it's for the demon lawyer and the insomniac prosecutor. It'll stop you two from fighting like you did in court this morning. Not fighting, it's just a spirited debate. We lawyers... No fighting. Charm slopped again. Hello, if you're done playing around, let's find out what she was lying about. Jinxie, it seems like you're starting to remember things. You already said that the feathers and tracks weren't there when you discovered the crime. You remembered anything else that seems important? Like what? Tell us what you saw that day. Maybe you'll remember something else this time? Eek. When I opened the door, Papa and Alderman QB were collapsed in the Fox chamber. That's when Papa told me to call an ambulance and the police. That's all he said before he passed out in the chair. He's holding something back. Perceive.
Gotcha!
You were very nervous when you said that's all he said, weren't you? I know because I saw your fingers move as if you slapped someone with a charm. Huh? Listen to me, Jinxie. This is very important. Mayor 10 must say anything else to you. It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep. Talking in his sleep? So you admit that he did say something else? How could you tell? Only a demon could have such powers. Like I said, he was just talking in his sleep. I mean, why else would Papa say something like that? Be a little more specific? Before he fainted, he said, "Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed Alderman Q." He said, what? Mayor actually confessed to the crime? But he didn't mean it. He couldn't possibly have known what he was saying. He's probably possessed, or maybe he was in the middle of a nightmare? Nightmare? No.
This is a nightmare. One statement I wish I'd never heard. What in the world are we doing now? Turn to the basics? That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Right. Just believe in my client, even if all I can see ahead is darkness and despair. Jinxie, does Prosecutor Blackwell know about your father's confession? I didn't mention it when he was questioning me. I mean, there's no way Papa's the killer. Why would the mayor confess like that? Could he really have been dreaming or simply delirious? Who knows, but I sure feel like I'm living in a nightmare right now. Apollo, what are we gonna do about tomorrow's trial? The crime scene was locked tight until Jinxie arrived, and our clients even confessed. Not only that, Jinxie has been accused of planting the Yokai evidence. Both the mayor and Jinxie are going to prison if we don't do something. Oh, I know. Oh, let's see here. Lack of a third party in the locked room is a major problem. Jinxie has testified that she first opened the door. Alderman Cuby and Mayor Tenma were the only people she saw in the Fox Chamber. The real killer must have been hiding in there as well. Considering the room was locked tight, that's the only logical explanation. Our mystery person must have then fled to the Fox Chamber when it opened. That's when Jinxie saw what she thought was Tenmatero. But Papa and the alderman were the only people there. I didn't see anyone else. What's going on here? He was extremely pale. It's far from transparent. Just how did he hide himself at the scene of the crime? Whatever it takes in court tomorrow, Apollo. I have to take down that dirty, rotten Tenmataro, Floyd LaBelle. Right. Get him with a legal exorcism, justice style. Alright, gamers. That's gonna do it for today. Back to today. I play some Detroit Become Human. Who knows what else. Thank you so much for watching. Love you guys so much. And as always, ciao. Bye everybody. That is still nothing never. Not me, no siree.